mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà. L'ore bella, bella, non so, retiene a buon, ma mancherà. C'ha la luna, mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà. L'ore bella, bella, non so, retiene a buon, ma mancherà. Già la luna, mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà. Resta in danza, quando, donna mia, la ride un garzon bello, giocondo, ciascuna toccherà. Finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà. Il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare. Mamma mia, si salterà. Fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà. Fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Indians fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. Agus foy marish and crushki in the speak shelan.
alive with passions from his breath and flow. Healed your music when his breeze to blow. The sad ones, the charming minstrel, delights with sounds and enchanting tune. With sweet songs fill the air. Go happy by, and ever mindful be, to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
There were two little sisters a walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was, oh, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around the night. not me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee.
Welcome back, everybody, here to DreamLeague Season 26. My name is Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics. It is the North American Closed Qualifiers, and I am happy to announce we have teams in lobby and games that are going to finally happen. Zach, how excited are you?
Pretty excited. New strategy here showing up. Always love seeing the new developments in the meta. Excited to see some good old NA Dota. Should be fun. Just like a brawl fest, I feel like.
Like, yeah, that's the strongest meta update we've seen to date. Not getting automatically DQ'd and playing the game. Crazy strategy, but it might work out for one of these teams. We'll see how it goes.
I think it will work out for one of these teams, but which one? I'm not sure. They're both trying the same strategy, so it can only work for one of them.
Well, It's true. Only one of these teams can advance. This is the lower bracket elimination. We got 5-bug Pigpole versus the Fraud Zoomers. Whether or not Fraud Zoomers have mentally recovered from what happened last night, we'll have to see. This team had some serious internal conflicts. One of their players abandoned the game at 7 minutes in game 1. And then someone tried microing them and playing it out. Obviously, they lost. And then game 2.
Pretty amazing. It went to 30 minutes still. That's some damn good micro.
Yeah, it is. It's impressive. And then game 2 has gone down as the fastest game in Pro Dota history at 6 minutes and only a couple of seconds. And yeah, it beat a 13-year record in Pro Dota.
Is it a game of Dota?
Up for debate, I would say as well. Yeah.
Officially, yeah. Speed living up to his name, setting the record there.
Yeah.
It's wild card.
Very appropriate. But I'm excited. This will be at least some Dota that we get to finally watch. It's been a lot of waiting around. You guys were tuning into the Zach and Ricky podcast where we just talked about random heroes that's
workshopping some ideas there.
Yeah, trying to explain either why they suck or maybe if they're being slept on. But it's time to actually cover some drafts. And here we go. First phase ban is going to be the Bristleback.
10 seconds remaining.
Some teams really still like the Bristleback, and he's in that first tier of picks and bans. Other teams, it kind of goes through for a while to that second pick, third pick, or just totally ignored. So, I guess they've got some info here. The Bug Boys.
5 seconds remaining.
That's not their team. 5-bug Pigpole.
Team back.
Warlock Band. Don't see that as often, but it is one of the stronger supports to kind of get you a good lane. Very popular in pub games. Yesterday, I think Nature's went ignored in our bans, in our one series, one game. I don't remember which it was, but that's crazy to me. So actually being banned out when you're not first pick, that's what I would expect.
5 seconds remaining.
Magnus still in here. Who else? Darkseer, PA,
Airblade.
Night Stalker.
Yeah, what is going on? There's a lot of heroes that are available. I mean, we don't usually see Bristleback or DK phase 1 banned. These usually are
DK
something
sometimes.
Yeah, DK sometimes. More often than not, we're seeing them banned in second phase nowadays, or even third if they're still in the pool. So this leaves a lot of the really high priority targets. Ancient Apparition being one of them, still available.
10 seconds remaining.
Tinker ban. I'd say the
5 seconds remaining.
5-bug Pigpole. What a mouthful of a name. Their
I'm just
bans
gonna
are
call it
pretty.
bugs.
Yeah, maybe their bans are pretty normal. The Warlock is just a little different. But sometimes if you know some information on the other team, you're like, this guy loves Warlock. It's his best hero. The respect ban in the qualifiers, I think, is perfectly acceptable.
Absolutely, 100%. No reason to let people get their comfort picks, especially when you're the more experienced team as well. I would say 5-bug Pigpole is definitely favored going into this matchup. That being said, no one knows who Fraud Zoomers is, so I don't really know what to expect out of these players.
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, the series yesterday, I think their supports played really well. There was some room for improvement on the core, especially in game 1. Game 2, I think it looked better. Beastmaster in that game 2 in the offlane did look pretty good.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team back.
All right. I like the Tiny in response to the Beastmaster. Beastmaster first pick, I think, is still pretty okay. It's not like an OP hero, and there are heroes that can deal with Beastmaster fairly well. But in terms of what it offers to the game,
10 seconds.
Beastmaster is still very reliable. So I think as long as you enable him with a really strong laning support, you can get a lot out of it.
I might see a Phantom Assassin. If it's not picked by the Bugs. I think they should consider banning it. I think it's one of the better carries. It at least has its own tools versus the Tiny, especially the break. I think if you picked it, it's good versus Beastmaster, but it does kind of lock in your Tiny into mid most likely, which you lose some flex value there if you do that.
5 seconds remaining.
In terms of the supports, the Lich ban is wild to me. I know some of the guys here on Bug, Team Bug, 5 Bug, whatever you want to call them. I don't like Lich is kind of like just a standard hero. I don't really think of it as like a specialty type hero. So that's why it's like kind of a little bit weird. I would say Empyrean is actually kind of known for being a Warlock spammer. So since that's actually removed phase 1, we don't see that coming out. But we're going to see the Silencer as the Ancient Apparition gets banned. I think the AA ban makes a lot of sense. Great combo with the Beastmaster. They could have gone for it themselves because Tiny AA is still really strong. Yeah, I thought they would too. But they just opt for Silencer. Stronger in the lane than Ancient Apparition. So we'll see what they can do with it. How do you feel about the Muerta?
10 seconds remaining.
It's just a good pairing with the Beastmaster, all around solid.
5
It's not
seconds
like
remaining.
the Ags build is just so good that you don't really think of the Muerta as, oh, it's going to crush these matchups, or it's like, oh, it's going to be weak to this. It's just so generically good and then has a strong mix. So I'm like, it's fine in pretty much any draft I see, especially if it's picked early and you're just trying to keep your options open. This IO, though, is definitely out there. Not something we see all that much. Maybe you can pick it because that AA got banned out. Maybe you're wishing you had it available to you now. It will speed up the tempo with the Beastmaster. Even a Muerta who gets an Atos could set up the relocate. Though this is where the global could be pretty good. As the relocate's coming in, you can just pop it and you're showing up without your spells, and maybe you can win a fight around that.
That being said, there's a lot of IO counters still in the pool. Like just even from the support roles,
I'm trying to see who's got some good anti-heal since AA's out, Frost Dragon's out. You've got Silencer, so you can't take someone like Jakiro for the easy setup. Maybe Techies. Drop the mines around the relocation. That's kind of funny.
You just blast off right on top of them.
Yeah, if you get the timing right. A lot of burst coming from Techie's Tiny. Not a 4 support we see very much. I hope they've got an aggressive combo in mind to pair with it, because I feel like you want to threaten kills in the lane if you're doing the Techies.
Oh, there it is. That's a good one. So, Marcy IO will be the combo. Looks like the frauds are going for. I just want to point out that B God could very well be T God for Techies God. This guy loves his Techies. So I am not super surprised that he wants to pick this here. It's a great combo with the Magnus. It's always been a great combo with the Magnus for many reasons. It's very funny. It's easy to set up the blast offs with either the Shockwave or the Skewer. But then late game, you have RP Skewer, either into mines or just RPing to follow up with the Techies. There's a lot of great synergies there. And it's a strong lane. Like Techies has decent enough damage and range, should be able to outrange the IO, get some good harassment in. We'll see how good the Marcy actually is able to contest the Mag, though.
Should be more doable since Magnus got a nerf, about 20% off his self-empower bonus. So Marcy, it's a bit more room to fight that out.
I'll take a 20% off deal any day. Sign me up. Phantom Assassin banned. That one makes sense, right? It's just generally a very good hero of the patch. Lanes well into the Beastmaster. I was going to mention it earlier, but kind of just slipped my mind in the conversation that it was still there. You also have like the flex on the Tiny, so it gives you a little bit of options. They banned the Ember, which is typically a favorable matchup against the Tiny.
5 seconds remaining.
They could also ban Storm Spirit, which I know you have Silencer and Global Silence, but I do feel like with an IO, maybe it's worth banning it, even though you have Silencer.
Yeah, I also think it's just what you want. You need an initiator for your
Yeah.
final pick to set up the relocates. You have Roar, which is good, but you don't want that to be your only setup. So just
Exactly.
any other playmaker, and then you want to go fast because I don't think Marcy's the greatest late game. The early game's a little slow, and then she hits a really strong mid game timing, and I think that's where you want to really look to win the game.
Maybe on the Pango. Similar idea, right? Can
Mhm.
be an initiator, start the fight, find the heroes for the relo. Templar Assassin, going to be banned. Great safe lane carry into Beastmaster, actually. So, 2 good counters. Now, this does mean you have last pick for the bugs. Hairblade is still an option. I think actually pretty viable against the lineup so far.
Wouldn't mind
5
it.
seconds
I like
remaining.
the TA and the PA bands are good because they're both heroes who would do well in the lane versus Beastmaster Morta, but can also easily kill Io in these fights where you just jump to him or maybe you side blades to him, whatever, and take the Io out before too much healing becomes an issue.
I know Boris likes his Sven. All right. Dire lost. So let's see what Radiant wants to pick here to have a free game. No, I mean, obviously it's going to be Shadow Fiend mid. So Tiny, you could just put it in the safe lane and then pick something that completely shuts down Shadow Fiend in the mid lane. There are a plethora of choices, actually.
Give me some, Ricky.
Lina is just giga easy, but if you want to play something that can like fit your team lineup a little bit more, you could just do like a Storm Spirit. Electric Slide basically made the matchup a wash, whereas in the past it used to be super Shadow Fiend favored. I wanted to say Monkey King, but I was not super sold on it. But if you go for early boots, you just walk at Shadow Fiend and he dies. So we'll see if he's able to get those early levels and those early boots. Shadow Fiend, pretty slow hero. Monkey King, quite fast. You have to just dodge the raises, though.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's a little volatile. If you are able to successfully just run at the Shadow Fiend, kill him once, right? It starts snowballing in your favor. You then get the slow from like an Orb of Corrosion, and you just kind of repeat. But if you mess up once, you go for a tower dive, you whiff something, and then suddenly the Shadow Fiend's the one getting kills, I think it does become quite hard for the Monkey King. So you can't mess up. Maybe it's easier to mess up on the Shadow Fiend anyways because you got the raises, but I do think you have to have a couple mischief dodges in there to close the gap, and then at that point you don't have 3 raises because you're like right on top of him. So you have to dodge the one going in, and then you can tank the other one while you fight.
I think the other thing that's nice about Monkey King is he's a long-ranged melee hero, and Shadow Fiend has really poor damage early on. So the first couple waves, Monkey King might just be able to deny on him. He'll have about almost a 15 damage advantage, if I'm not mistaken, based on starting items and
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, like Shadow Fiend's starting damage is really bad. So he sits at 41 damage on Shadow Fiend versus the Monkey King, which I want to say is in the high 40s. No, 54. So yeah, it's about a 12 damage difference between these two heroes at level 1. So Monkey King should be able to get some easy denies. He can only really rely on Raise, but when you go Raise level 1, you don't get Necromastery at level, to compensate. So he's going to go through a lot of his mana. I wouldn't be surprised if we see like 2 or 3 mangoes on the Shadow Fiend early, just so that he can sustain the CS in the first few waves. But I'm at least excited we have a game of Dota to watch. So here we are, everybody. It is the North American Closed Qualifiers. Team Bugs taking on the Frauds. We'll see how this mid Shadow Fiend plays out, because let's just call it what it is. This is a dead hero, so I would love to see some good play out of it.
I think the aura will be good this game. Like outside of the lane, which is kind of the reason he's dead. When he eventually plays with the Marcy and the Beastmaster and you're just pushing buildings, the synergy's there. It's not the setup I wanted to see to help IO find relocate ganks. But if you're winning and you can just walk at towers, I do see it being useful. But
It's
I'm a little worried about
Shadowmire,
this
though.
Monkey King. Yeah, I'm worried about the Monkey King winning the lane and then making plays happen while Shadow Fiend is just still raising the mid lane.
As the horn sounds, it's time to see if we're going to have any brawls for these runes. Right now, it doesn't quite look like it. Monkey King hiding and loses the click war there. Blame it on the ping.
I would see a blast off there, actually. I thought they were going to go for some early damage.
Did he go the secret sauce? The sauce.
Yes, the
Okay,
secret sauce.
Good. It's the best facet. It is so much damage. So Shadow Fiend's wave hits his tower, which is going to be a little bit rough for CSing. So a little bit of an overblock, potentially. Okay, he gets 2 of them. That's not bad.
Does give you the level 2 that you want early, and you can start pressuring under the tower a little bit, but that should be fine for the Monkey King. Top. You, with the techies, you got a lot of burst, and I think that's the idea, because Marcy IO have like infinite regen as they get a couple levels. So if you just try to tickle them down, it doesn't really work. But Magnus does not bring the most burst as an offlaner, so I'm not sure if they're going to have the damage to kill. Maybe in the first few levels. After that, I think it will get tough. Bottom, you do have the damage to kill this silencer.
Yeah, Empyrean just played way too aggressive there. Gets caught from a dead shot and walked down with a blood grenade. And, well, that's going to be really costly. You need your level 2 for this lane. And Boris gets 1 of the CS under his tower. So, really not a good start here for the Tiny either.
And we saw this bottom lane, the Beastmaster and the Muerta, do very well. I mean, just across many teams, but for Fraud Zoomers as well. They ran it in their previous series. So, oh, actually, I think it was a Dark Willow.
Oh! On the money. Sorry, that was sick. He was mid-tether to the other hero and just cuts him off, nails it. Nice kill there for the B-God. Oh, hold on. Bottom lane. A little bit of a reverse here. Empyrean gets the kill off his level 2 timing.
Brain
Down
drain.
the Muerta. All right, we're already... we're in Street Dota now. Up to
This is
4
some
kills.
NA Dota.
Here we go. This is what we expect. Nothing but just straight blotters in every lane. That being said, Monkey King is crushing mid. 11 and 4 already. See if he can maintain that pace as like the Shadow Fiend gets to like level 4 and 5. It's gonna get a lot more difficult, but
This is kind of what I was worried about. They're not doing enough damage, and the IO with the bodyguard heal. I mean, this is
it's too much.
Yeah, we've seen this pairing in the past. It's very difficult to beat this lane.
Bottom lane, look, getting aggressive here on this Beastmaster. You're back the way. Empyrean does have Stick and the Lotus to play around, so if he can keep out of vision, maybe he can survive this. The Hawk won't grab him, but another set of axes will help finish the job. Overall, lane's looking good here for both teams. Just very aggressive. Monkey King in the mid lane gets his Jingu stacks, so he'll be fine. Ooh, that's a very nice raise from downtown. Good pump fake as well. He has a Boundless, though, to full heal. Oh, that
Good
fort,
fortify. All right, that's what I'm
actually got
talking
him.
about. The match is volatile, and when you got a trick like that, I don't even think he had to walk that close, so I'm a little surprised. I think you just Q from the high ground, and then you don't even see it coming.
Yeah, he did it to get a little bit of harassment into the Shadow Fiend is why. Like, he greeted it out. Like, he went in, attacked the Shadow Fiend, and was going to Boundless immediately. But you could also just like boundless then attack the Shadow Fiend in the same way, right? So
Yeah,
definitely.
I mean, you would definitely, like you said, greed it out is the play there, because you can do it safely and get less damage, but you don't die. You don't risk the death, which is why earlier I was saying, like, this is a volatile matchup based on mischief dodges and raise hits and sneaky fortifies like that.
Yeah. Also, didn't miss uphill on either of the 2 attacks, which is a big deal as well. So, like, if either of those attacks miss, the Monkey King lives. And then does have Boundless Strike to full heal off the wave. So there's a lot of things that like can change that specific play. Yeah, this is where the level 3 raise becomes very difficult for the Monkey King. He's done a decent job early on. That death will seriously hurt his scaling. But bottom lane, more aggression here. That's a long curse duration. Empyrean can't stay on him, though, thanks to the Boar Slow.
At the same time, top, there's a skewer into Blastoff, but Marcy lives just because there's a chunk of burst healing from that IO. Even has 15 wand charges in the Lotus. Just sitting in the backpack. So I'd say the lanes have not gone as well for 5-bug pig pull as much as they'd like. It's going to come down now to rotation. 6-minute power rune, who can get it, and then hopefully Monkey King, for his team's sake, gets it and goes over. But he just got his tree cut, and he's going to die in the mid lane there.
Oh, yeah, that can't happen against the Shadow Fiend at all. So that's a super rough death, because not only does he give another kill on over the Shadow Fiend, but he gets a guaranteed rune, and it happens to be amplify damage. So that's a yikes. Now a full 1,100 gold, actually. Almost 1,200 gold behind the mid lane Shadow Fiend. Here's the thing. I want to point this out. Shadow Fiend, you're looking at this right now, and you're like, wow, why is this hero not getting picked more? You will see why in about 10 minutes. That's all I'm going to say. In about 10 minutes, that hero is going to look really sad. So for now, I'm gonna hold my judgment on whether or not, you know, we're gonna see the impact on this hero.
I'm actually not sure if that will be the case this game, because I think the reason he's not seen is that he should have lost this lane. The fact that he's doing this well, and that this is a qualifier game with some, you know, we got some messy street Dota going, I think it could end up working, but that I don't think it would work. Like, if they try to run this versus Shopify or Wildcard later, like, I don't think you're going to see nearly the same result. I think this net worth is what you're going to have.
He's about to die. He's getting baited by Empyrean, and he's just going to die for this. He's just going to play right around the Rosie. Gets the kill, but
no,
that's so not worth it. Well played by Empyrean, honestly. Drops the ward there to get vision of the Shadow Fiend, so he knows which side of the tree he can play for vision. And then drops the blood grenade and the slow from the curse. So he completely maximized that play for himself so that the Monkey King could get there. But this gives Monkey King 30 seconds of free lane after the kill as well. So solo XP, tons of gold, and now 30 seconds to farm. That is a massive boost to this hero.
Might be just enough to get the power rune as well, because I think Shadow Fiend is still going to be teleporting in.
Like 5, yeah, he'll have like 1 or 2 seconds.
Yeah, amplified damage is out. I think haste would be good because you could go to a side lane and gank, which the side lanes aren't going as well as the bugs would like. So if you could get Monkey King involved, that could be a way for him to recover off his rough lane while also helping his allies.
I like that Silencer came back. Here.
True, a second kill on SF would be massive.
So rune is bottom.
Invis, maybe.
That's
could
not
maybe
a bad
work.
one.
But there is a sentry on the bottom side. If you go top, I think it'll work. But maybe they really want mid.
Killing Shadow Fiend twice here ends his game, like straight up. So just Wukong's command, Boundless Strike, gonna try and just slow him down here. Blast off on the money, and there it is. Shadow Fiend now neck and neck with the Monkey King in terms of net worth. He lost all of his souls and dead for another 25 seconds. So 5-bug really identifying the court, like the key targets right now.
Yeah, SF even has a sentry in that mid lane, but it's on the enemy's high ground, so it's just a little too short to see the Monkey King, who now comes top and Boundless strikes the IO to his death. So Monkey King back on track.
Yeah, that Empower Boundless Strike actually did so much more damage than I thought it was going to do.
It's like a bonus, what? Bonus 40 damage with the Empower?
Not bad. I mean, I'm assuming he's going to go Diffusal this game on the Monkey King. Do you know what he has queued up? It's usually Diffusal from the mid lane.
Yeah, it's Diffusal right now.
Okay.
He hasn't committed anything to it yet, so maybe he'll do a last-second pivot, but...
Imperium is going to find the Shadow Fiend here once again. Jingu into the trees, the Boundless Strike. Do they stay on him? No. The Silence connects! Oh, no! And the blast off to secure the kill. Roar's out, but he does have Jingu here on this Monkey King. It's going to give him a little bit of time to survive, but enough damage coming in from this Beastmaster and Muerta to turn the tides. So really nice stuff there from the Frauds to TP in and shut this down. Now they do see the Muerta in the river here, and Boris knows there is no way she gets out of this one. Avalanche, a couple more auto attacks. Yeah. Secures the last hit.
Another brain drain, so up to 4. I think without that Muerta death, I think that was okay for Fraud Zoomers, even though SF died again. I mean, this game's already so rough that another death on top of it doesn't add too much. Down here, a second death on Nyx would be the reverse.
Yeah, he's dead. Now that Wukong's almost finishes off the IO. He survives thanks to the raindrop, yeah. Okay, that's a nice kill there from the Marcy. And, you know, she's having a great game top. Takes the took the tower, invades the triangle, takes some stacks, and gets the kill on the Monkey King. Like, that's a huge series of events for her.
Both mid laners, big targets on their back this game.
Oh, B-God. He wants it.
Support kill right here.
There's...
Sure seems
he's
like
disarmed.
it.
He's dead. Yeah, it's like he's got the disarm. That is a dead Shadow Fiend. Now, they did reload in for this. They're going to try and finish off the Silencer. It's taken him a minute as that reload will send the IO back, but they'll leave the Marcy to help secure the kill. I think that's a pretty worthwhile trade.
Think so. Space for the side lanes to farm as well. Magnus Blink about 200 off. He is rotating in now. Maybe you get the Skewer RP. It's tough though.
There's a lot, just so much healing from the IO, right?
Ooh, bottom. They get the tiny, but Empyrean makes it in time. Picks up a return kill. Another brain drain.
This guy's gonna be so smart. They're pinging mid. They want to stop this Marcy IO. There's going to be the Skewer global into RP. They're both dead. Just like that. Very clean kills.
It might come at the cost of your bottom tower since SF is there. Well, actually, the creep wave is dead. Monkey King sort of on his way.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Dude, is he going to ult on top of this?
The answer looks like yes.
The last second
Shadow
turnaround,
Fiend,
though.
Oh, nice tree cut. And raise 1, raise 2. Gonna have a third raise if he can get far enough away, but in comes the help. So they finish off the Shadow Fiend. Now the chase continuing here from the Marcy. They don't quite have the catch, so Shadow Fiend dead here once again.
He turned away at the last second. That was fast reaction on SF. Almost kept him alive. I think without the silencer there to help slow, could have gotten out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Have another roar for top. Oh, fast blink out from the Magnus, and then a skewer away. Should be out of here. Yep, TP's right away.
Mid tower down, and he dodges the gank. That's like best case scenario for the mag there.
Yeah. They do trade the bottom tower. I think Diffusal's on the way for the Monkey King. And RP should be up in about 15 seconds. So I think another Blink play coming in would be good for them. They'll even have the global.
That's really deep. Avalanche toss, nearly killing the Marcy instantly. And with the help from the rest of the team TPing in, they get themselves a easy kill onto the Marcy.
They're chasing for IO.
He's walking right into a Magnus as well. There's no escape from this one. You were there will stop that very quickly. Definitely overestimating their damage, or just underestimating the tankiness of the Tiny, right? Which teams often do.
I mean, it is one of those things where the innate gives you a lot of safety from right clicks, and Marcy's ult is actually just a series of fast punches, right? So it just instantly reduces her own damage by half of the max stacks, which I think it's 3% right now. So 15% damage reduction on the first flurry.
That's pretty good.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, who would guess that punching a stone would like hurt your knuckles a little bit, right? Oh, the smoke actually pops, but they're able to chase, and with the diffuser reveal, you are not escaping even the global to secure the follow-up kill there on the Marcy, taking her down twice. As now the Blink comes out into the RP, the Skewer back, the Shadow Fiend channels that Requiem, but to no avail. Another pick-off here, and I know I said about 10 minutes ago, something along the lines of, wait until you see Shadow Fiend in 10 minutes. And that's like about what always happens to this hero, I think.
Poor IO. Tried to save the SF just a little too late and is consigned to his death shortly after.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I love how aggressive they're playing now with these Blink. With the Blink and the Monkey King Diffusal. Like, this is how you need to play when you get these items. They had the ward that scouted the Beastmaster. They know he's closing in on that Aghanim Scepter. There's going to be the Skewer. Delivers him right into the 4 heroes once again.
Another great find. This is what Fraud Zoomers is lacking a little bit in initiation. They have the Roar, maybe the Dead Shot. Otherwise, Marky has to throw herself in, which can work, but when they have a lot of counter initiation, like the RP, Wukong's, Global, Blast Off, right? That's when it gets scary for the Marcy to throw herself in, and she'd love to have a initiator go in first, but they don't. And now they're falling behind, so just running at towers like we kind of could see the SF doing and fitting in that way. Now that he was winning and now losing, you can't really just run at them anymore.
Shadow Fiend is one of
shard.
Ooh,
or
jump into the mid lane. Boundless Strike is there, but they will finish the job, catching him off guards. Really good actual kind of prediction there from Fraud Zoomers, thinking someone's going to come back to defend. So they do take down the Monkey King. That's a great kill. Underneath the ward, the whole team scouted out here. Quickly dewarded.
A little surprised he didn't
Roar
go for that.
Onto the mag. The silence actually clips the silencer, so no global at the moment. There it is. It's going to come through, but it's a little bit too late. Blastoff's got on the backside, takes down the Marcy, but this Beastmaster wants to continue the aggression, wants to find more. The techies able to dodge out the dead shot. Very good finds there from Fraud Zoomers. That ward sentry doing so much work there.
I think the Magnus could have gone for the the Marcy and the Aya while they were farming that camp and skewer them under the tower. I think they were scared because they didn't know where the rest of the team is, but then they still walked forward, which then they got initiated on, so...
Hard judgment call in the time.
Yeah, I think with the Monkey King dead, it became tricky to make that decision, but ultimately, giving over a couple kills over... A relocate straight to Roche. This is televising it, though.
This is not super fast. I mean, the Beastmaster can do it, but you need someone else here as well. The scan from Dire connects. And just like that, Roshan attempt going to be put on hold. Now, there's an Arcane Rune here. They might try and like go for this. Instead, bound the strike on the money. In comes the Diffusal, the Blast Off onto this Muerta, but she's surviving all of it for now. But the Magnus going in to finish the job, he just gets roared. Italiano, my guy.
I feel like he was about to skewer, and
He
then it's
wanted
like,
to.
oh wait, I don't need to skewer. But you definitely should have skewered as part of getting out of there.
Yeah.
Maybe he got caught by a silence I didn't notice.
I think it was a root from the boar. Or from the hawk. I think the hawk dive bombed him is what happened.
Okay.
Because the Atos is on Huerta, and I am pretty sure she used it at the start of the fight there. But either way, huge gains for the Beastmaster right now. He's going to be getting followed around by this Io, which will give him a ton of farm speed. So this will definitely kind of like equalize the farm distribution. That being said, B-God is a full-fledged core at this point on the techies.
6, 2, and 8. He's getting a lot of these kills.
He's got the shard, which is great shard, especially against Marcy until she has BKB. And he's just going to go straight into the E-Blade after his Glimmer Cape. Top side, Shadow Blade reveal here. Going to do some work, looking for the IO. There's going to be the Avalanche, the toss. There's going to be the Global as well. Takes down 2 once again, just dumping everything on these heroes. And that should be Roche now, right?
I think so. You already got it down to about half. It's healed a little since then. Oh, get tossed!
Who's getting grabbed? Oh, dude, that would have been like Roshan was about to deny that Muerta.
Yeah,
He grabbed her, was like,
awesome.
this is my kill.
I mean, that one was pretty good. I'm still waiting for the Roche completely interrupting some massive team fight going on and getting an ultra kill himself.
We
One day.
We covered a game earlier this year after the change, and I think we saw a Leshrac lose like 75% of his health from 2 tosses from Roshan, and then they lost the fight and subsequently the game. I feel like something like that sounds familiar to me. But it's very funny when it happens, especially when people are not paying attention to it.
I think he should run faster. It's too hard for him to catch people right now. And it takes forever. Yeah. When the nighttime or daytime switches, it is forever until he makes it to his other pit. I think he's got to start sprinting, get to the other pit faster, but also grab anyone in your way.
Ooh,
make them
what can be better?
You.
What if he stops grabbing people and he's just like uppercutting or like backhanding them, right? Like just slapping them away. So the animation is faster and he can do it more often. You know, instead of having to like wait for the grab animation, like he just starts slapping anyone in his radius. You just get backhanded across the river and slam into a wall.
Maybe it needs to be like a slide tackle. You know, you just like get in there.
Like it just becomes Magnus Skewer. Anyone just gets a pass to Roshan and then they just eventually collide into the pit. I'd be down for that.
Me too. I see a lot of mine set up here, so if you get tossed back or skewer back, someone is just dead.
They see the Shadow Fiend Courier, so they know he's behind them, but what that means is in front of them. Boundless Strike on the money. They get the RP Global to follow it up. Skewer as well, trying to hold the Marcy inside of this Wukong's. It's not even necessary. B-God with a double kill. Give the man more. Why not? He's already very rich.
Now that should be Roshan.
Yeah. Sometimes you just don't see a little... Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, it healed mostly back to full health, so they got to start from scratch on it, but... well, they're smoking. They're coming here with an amplified damage rune. BKB on Beastmaster, maybe. But I think they're going to get scouted by this mine right here. Yep.
I mean, everything is on cooldown. They're going to walk in. There's the blink out, the BKB.
It's
you
so
got to
low.
finish this. You didn't finish Roche. They're just going to lose it to the Beastmaster as he cleans up. Oh, boy. That is worst case scenario. Techie's going to jump on the backside, try to get the Beastmaster, gets the disarm. The mines actually get the Aegis. Oh, B-God trying to salvage a rough situation as he will TP to safety. They bailed on the pit with Roche at like 1 HP.
Yeah, incorrect calls there. It's tough in the heat of the moment. I think with the smoke breaking on the power rune, you might have just had different calls. Someone might have is like, we should get out. I'll go break smoke. The other like, no, we can finish it. Who knows? But they end up just not finishing it enough that Beastmaster actually makes it in time to steal it. B-God did get the Aegis, so at least it's not in their hands now for the next 5 minutes. Certainly a slip up now going the other way.
Speaking of slip-ups, they're going a little bit too far. Big Wukong's great jump in from Max on the backside to try and hold in this Muerta, but the Tiny was not here for this. Looking for an Avatos here potentially, but they get away, and that is BKB and Wukong spent here on your Monkey King.
How do you feel about Magnus getting the Echo Saber after the blink? Because I feel like he just needed to be a playmaker this game, and he could have the BKB already.
I think it's fine. Well, they're all dead. TP out here from the Shadow Fiend. The rest of them not going to be as lucky. B-God with another set of kills to his name. Now, in comes Beastmaster.
I don't know if you run in here.
This is like going to be some solo kills. He's very strong. Just beats down two and TP's out. You are kidding me.
I guess you do just run in there. How does that work?
BKB and a lot of magic damage into a Tiny.
Guess so.
He did more damage than the entire other team.
It's pretty lucky that they were scattered, I feel like.
Yeah.
And he was able to just isolate two like that. Otherwise, that's such a huge risk, not knowing where the whole team is, and if they all just focus you, then you're just giving another kill. I'm not sure that was worth the risk, even though that was literally a double kill and get out, so it looks awesome, but I feel like it's very luck-based.
Yeah. Accidentally double warding topside here instead of a sentry. You hate to see it. I forgot what your original question was. I did have an answer for it, but now I've forgotten what it was. It was something
Magnus
about
Echo Saber.
Oh, yes.
Was
I actually
it worth
like
the
it.
farm speed?
I don't think it's as much as the farm speed as Harpoon is very good in this game. So I think that's the main thing. It allows him to have another tool to gap close. And so I think that's why. If he's rushing the Harpoon, I'm okay with it. But if he just has like a casual Echo and we don't see the Harpoon, then it's a little weird to me.
I'm kind of open to it, but I think he should have disassembled it to finish the BKB faster. And the issue with, like, maybe you go Harpoon instead, but he's been getting silenced several times. Some of his deaths and some of the losing team fights are because the RP skewer doesn't connect. And I think that's his job this game with the heroes he has, and you got the mine set up.
You are
like all these fights that go
deep.
well start like this, right? With a skewer or RP going back.
You're in so deep there, and IO reload in the Beastmaster into an RP. Okay, that is how you lose the game.
See, that's what I thought would happen to the Beastmaster last time. You go into 5 heroes and they just kill you.
He has Boundless Strike in a second to gap close. Good use of the spells there, though. We'll be able to make the distance. So that was one of those moments. I don't know who made the call. My guess, the Beastmaster made the call of reload me in because he's been feeling himself these last couple of fights. You know, he's like, I'll just solo them. But the difference was this time, everything was still up. They only used Skewer to kill the Marcy. So in the last couple of fights where you can like go in, BKB, do whatever, it doesn't quite work when there's an RP and a Wukong's command still.
I think SF just used Requiem to kill a creep wave, to cut the creep wave and get out. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, that hero is not going to do much else, I'll be honest.
He's got an arcane rune, so it's not as big of a cost as usual, but it's funny to see.
Okay, actually, I want to give a shout out to an absolutely giant 5-head idea from a Twitch viewer. Roshan should consume the runes that he runs over.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
That's actually a sick play. Big team fight breaking out. BKB's out. Magnus in some trouble, can be able to get his BKB off as now. Marcy stuck in the center of the Radiant team. The Muerta do what she can against the techies, but he's too strong. B-God living up to his name with a godlike streak.
Okay, but the rune idea is way more interesting than that team fight right there. I think he should eat them and hold them, and then when you kill Roche, you also get all the power runes. And so now there's like a question of like, it could be really hard to kill him because he's got like regen and amplify, but then you could get both of those at the same time. And that means pubs, Roshan truly becomes undoable because he's going to collect every single rune to become impossible to kill.
This is a pretty sick go here, but it's going to cost you once again. No BKB in time on this Beastmaster as Boris was ready and waiting. Italiano with the RP to follow it up. You take out the silencer, but a heavy cost once again here for the frauds.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I mean, he's got BKB now on the Magnus,
Dire's middle
so
Yeah.
like anytime he needs it, he'll use it, and as long as he's initiating, I feel like it's gonna go the way of 5-bug pig pole. It's just so much burst once you start the combo into avalanche toss, techies, boundless Wukongs, you know. So like, as long as you're grabbing 2 heroes, I don't know how you survive and fight.
He has almost 700 damage. Empowered Tiny is quite good. All right, so this Marcy's BKB has been so heavily delayed. She's died like 4 times in a row, and she's about to get found here once again by the Tiny. There's gonna be the avalanche, the toss. She's gonna pop the unleash, but yeah, the help is coming. There's the break as well, just to add insult to energy. Energy to injury. That's a word.
You need the energy to heal from the injury.
Ah, I see, I see.
Yeah, I hadn't really thought about this matchup because we haven't seen Marcy carry, but the craggy exterior is doing work versus
Oh god,
Marcy.
God, just let him go, buddy. Come on, you can't. This is just bullying.
How else will he surpass his cores in net worth? He must keep finding kills.
He's about to pass the Marcy.
Right after that, it's the Monkey King next.
Yeah,
This is
Techies is a
Techie's
really
gameplay.
Yeah, it really is. He's a scary hero when he gets ahead because he can solo a core if you don't have a BKB. Let alone a support, you know. Smoked up bottom side here, looking for the heroes. They're going to walk right into him. Shadow Fiend and Io. The toss comes out. The cleaves are there. They need to finish the job. They do. And now the Shadow Fiend very slowed. And another 2 kills for the side of the Bugs. It's not looking good now. 13,000 ahead. Really starting to pull ahead. Another roar solo. RP to follow. The fear is there. Boundless strike on the money. The second BKB. He's got a glimmer. Did he actually get out of this? He's trying, but it's going to be close. B-God on a sliver of HP actually lives. Does not give up his beyond godlike spree. And now Muerta will get taken down on the other side of the fight. He's too good.
Love that he's sending a boar to look for B-God. He's like, maybe he's farming. Maybe I can find him with the boar.
Dude, he's worth so much money. It's crazy.
It's tough to kill him. I mean, you've got the disarm on the reactive taser. You got the ghost scepter to stay alive, glimmer to go invis. So you need detection and a purge to kill the techies, who's attempting a solo kill onto Marcy. Forces the new BKB that finally finished. But can't she doesn't have the nullifier, so he just ghost scepter glimmer capes out of there. Meanwhile,
you've lost your whole first lane of barracks mid, and Nyx is pushing in the bottom. Nyx the player, not the hero, for clarity.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
the tower.
Give him the empower. Where is the empower here? How does this Tiny not have empower? Italiano, what are you doing, man? Come on.
Checking Roche. This is like your one last chance, I think. Find a good fight around this Roche, steal it. If it goes to the Tiny, I think he just takes all the buildings, and I don't think you'll have the damage to kill him twice. Because you need to use Roar to kill him.
Look at the Techie's minds, though. They blew, and they know exactly where it's happening, right? So they're going to set up on the right side. There's the IO as well. They just take him out before the fight even begins. BKB out from the Beastmaster. In comes the Global Silence. RP will lock him down so they can just pretty much have no problem at all. Finishing the job. Requiem interrupted as the Shadow Fiend once again doing what he does best and dying. What a great hero. GG comes out as game one. We'll go to the Bugs.
Well done from the Bugs.
Yeah.
I think their lanes were a little rougher than I think they should have been, but good recovery. it clearly knew how to play around the techies, the Magnus. They just kind of like bided their time. When eventually they got the items, and then we saw the combos we thought would happen the whole game, but they struggled a little bit in the early game. Eventually it comes online, and that's where, like you said, SF really not in the best spot in this current patch. I think if he's going to work, it does need to be off of a pop-off performance in the mid lane, which, I mean, he actually did. He got some cool plays to kill the Monkey King, but you have to keep going with that momentum and just never lose it. And 5 bug pig pulls after that start, they're like, yeah, let's kill him 3 times. Let's just dive, go, go, go. And they got right back into it after that.
Yeah, Shadow Fiend is not a hero that can afford to die. Like, it's actually so ridiculous, and that's like kind of the weakness of this hero for some time now is if he dies, your chances of winning the game actually goes down so dramatically compared to any other hero in the game. And that is an incredibly unfortunate thing for like these types of core heroes. Like, maybe you have a perfect game and you just completely body the enemy team. We've seen certain teams make that work with like the carry Shadow Fiend, where like you play around the aura, right? Stacking up and, you know, taking buildings and protecting the Shadow Fiend. You even have an IO who can kind of protect him, but this hero needs so many items to be effective, whereas he is completely countered by a single Blink Dagger on Magnus. And the second the Magnus or the Tiny have any way of getting on top of him, he can't play the game.
Yeah, that's exactly why you've got to just go, go, go. You got to win the lane, keep going, keep going. Don't let that blink come online. Or by the time the blink comes online, you got to be at your BKB. You got to have a Hurricane Pike to reposition. It's all from ahead. And, you know, for qualifiers, I don't expect teams to have like every single pro meta strat. So if you do want to lean towards comfort, you know, like I'm going to feel good about this hero, I'm all for it. But you do see why it does then limit you in how many mistakes you're allowed to make before the game becomes very, very hard.
Dude, if Shadow Fiend was good, I would be spamming the heck out of this hero. He's one of my all-time favorites. So it's like, it's rough that the hero is kind of in the state that it is. And I know there's a lot of players in the at the pro level who like are iconic on the Shadow Fiend. And it is kind of a tragedy that it is in the state that it is, because I think it is a very interesting hero to watch. But I don't know. Maybe he'll get some love in the next patch. I'm going to cross my fingers. Maybe someone innovates on it and finds a way to make it work in the current meta. But that game, not a great showing from it, but a great showing from the bugs. So we'll see what they can do as we go to a break, and then we'll be back with game number 2 in this qualifier. Everyone stay tuned for more here on Dream League Season 26. We'll see you in a bit.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you're all having a great day as we're in the middle of these North American closed qualifiers. Finally getting blessed with some actual Dota to watch as currently right now, 5bug looking good. This is a team I actually had a lot of hopes for coming to the qualifiers. I honestly think that they're pretty easily the third best team here behind Shopify and Wildcard, and I wanted to see them going head to head with one of these two at some point and kind of see how that work, how they hold their own. So the fact that they had to forfeit yesterday was a little bit of a disappointment, but they're back today. They look good. So we'll see if they can keep that going here in game number 2.
I think their coordination was good, and that's what let them recover. I think their laning was a little shaky. I don't know, maybe they didn't have time to warm up as much, but that's where things were not as good as it could have been, especially some of the lane matchups I think should have gone more their way. But that's the nice thing about best of threes and team games in general. It doesn't decide everything. You can do more after that, but it's easier if you have a good time in the lane. So I think for them, that's something they can look to. Whereas it's kind of the opposite for fraud zoomers. They had a good start in the lane, but the connecting pieces, it never really felt like it came together. We never saw a relocate into Roar work. We saw Roars work on their own, but the whole IO concept never really felt like it came into play.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly what it was, and we see more and more like why IO isn't a super meta pick at the moment, and I think some of it is actually the fact that Tiny is so dang good. Like, you run in as these like two heroes trying to like take a fight, and you just get double avalanched, tossed onto the other one, and he just gets to cleave you both. It is a rough matchup in general.
Yeah,
So I'm a little bit surprised that they picked it into the Tiny. I didn't really think about it in the moment until after we had kind of like seen the game unfold it the way that it did.
Yeah, if it's not Tiny, there's a lot of others that can capitalize on the relocate coming in. You got like Night Stalker, AoE Silence, Muerta dropping stuff, Jakiro, AA, Tinker, like a ton of heroes who can set up for the relocation. So not all of them were in that last game, but enough of them were that we kind of see why IO does struggle a little bit. Though I do think it could have done better if you have a different mid. I think that Shadow Fiend, maybe a comfort pick. It did do well in the lanes, but it did not set up the team draft for success. Whereas if it was just the Storm Spirit, maybe have a harder time in the mid lane, but you'd be able to zip, Vortex, and Marcy comes in punching people after being relocated.
I like that Ember pick right out of the gate here. You're into a Weaver who really struggles against the chains. It's a low cooldown ability that like can sometimes just force your time lapse if you have no way of dispelling it. So I think that's pretty safe. In general, I know that I know it's kind of crazy. I've seen some of the other players on 5bug actually play Ember Spirit in a non-mid role. I don't think they're going to do that. But, you know, when you're feeling super confident, maybe you try and do something weird. I'm not 100% sure on that. I think with the Huskar ban, it seems like a mid-Ember, though.
Maybe if they bring in a real counter pick and you're not comfortable with it. The next one is Monkey King after the Huskar, but Monkey King is more playable than the Huskar. So you struggle a little bit, but maybe get some help from the side lanes, and then you can make plays. You don't get shut down as hard as you do versus the Huskar. I'm going to grab the AA. This is probably the 5, though you can move it to 4 if you absolutely have to. And versus the... Wow. I really didn't think we'd see it again. Like, last time AA was banned, so I was like, oh, okay, we can do this. But Into the Ancient Apparition Ice Blast really takes away a lot of the power of the IO Marcy. It's bold. I mean, it'll win its lane still because you don't interact, but the team fights later, especially if you have any form of initiation, such as the techies, and I say just run back the Magnus. There you go. That's a very easy Ice Blast setup now.
I am shocked they went back for Marcy IO already because of the fact that you're into an Ancient Apparition Ember, which is a very easy, low cooldown setup for Ice Blast. Like, you just slight chains a hero, and early on, like, most heroes don't have 4 staffs or anything to reposition. What? All right, the frauds are actually mind flayed. They have no idea how to play Dota and are just like completely locked in on like, well, it didn't work last game, but it's our only strategy, so we're doing it again.
I'm sometimes open to this type of thing, which is you believe in it. You know, you're like, okay, I know we lost, but I know what we messed up on and we can fix it. We can do it again. I respect that to some degree. I don't know if these heroes are good enough to warrant that, but I mean, we're locked in at this point, so we gotta. I was saying, initiator so that you can set up the IO. We are not doing that. This is truly, we're going to just run at them into a techies, into a Magnus, into an ancient apparition. I think it's going to be extremely tough. The last pick for the off lane has to be the greatest initiator in the world and just non-stop initiate. And I was going to say Mars, but that's out.
Yeah. Mars, Tide, DK, Beastmaster, all removed.
Who would you say is a bad pick?
A bad pick that's like an off laner, technically.
Abaddon.
Maybe like Doom. Because it's like kind of a weak lane hero.
I think it's good in the right matchups, but
Abaddon's actually not that bad because he can kind of dangle, and even though he has like the shatter from Ancient Apparition, at least like he can make some space in the fights.
I think he has no initiation though, and that's what I feel like we're going to see in this last pick. But because at this point you just full commit. I don't know. I'm torn on it because this is not a draft I understand. It's either initiation or you're just full commit, A click after winning lanes, A click down towers. Like that's it. So you need some other hero to do that. This is where like a bristleback off lane comes in, but he's already banned, so I don't even know. Looks like they're not so sure either.
Dude, I don't know like how to salvage this draft. I actually don't.
You don't salvage it. You just shore it up a little bit and you just play to your own strengths. Like you just have to at this point. And the way they've picked has clearly said like that's what we're gonna go for. And I think that can be okay because trying to play something you can't do doesn't like, oh, it's right, but we can't do it, right? It doesn't make sense. You might as well just do the thing you're best at and fully lean into it. And that hero that will let them do that is...
I mean, watch them pick Lycan or something, dude.
That fits the run at you style.
Yeah, just 0 stun though is the problem. But I don't know what else your other. I'm right. Yeah, I'm dead serious. Like I was like, they're gonna just do Lycan. Like they're just gonna pick this and run it at the Ancient Apparition and hope that's enough. Because they don't really have any other game plan. Yeah, they don't have any other thing they can do.
You gotta A click down. What do we need? A carry or an offlaner, I guess, if you want to do carry mag. Into Lycan. I feel like Sven's actually okay here. Oh, troll. Okay. You want to A-click down to me? Perfect. Now I can't be dragged away by my ultimate. Fantastic.
That's actually a really good troll game.
Outman there's not like Marcy.
Yeah, there's not like really a hero that wants to kite you out on this team, right? Like
I guess you can chase Lycan. Yeah. he can run you away, but that's what the RP will do for you.
Exactly. Like you're not going to be popping your ult on Lycan. If he does, it's like the summons are overwhelming you, and then you just kill the summons and go back to full HP, which is whatever. But there's not a hero that you're worried about being like, oh shoot, I'm gonna get like, they're just gonna run away from me. Like Marcy, if she pops her ult, wants to commit to a fight, and Troll will have the ability to choose when he wants to pop the battle trance. Since there's not really any stuns on the frauds here besides the rebound and the requiem. So once he has BKB, it's a super free game for the Troll Warlord.
Yeah, I think you just farm up till that point. You don't have to get too involved. Blink from the Magnus is again kind of your timing. That'll be what sets up everything else. So just get through the lanes, which is where they struggled a little bit last time. So 5 bugs got to be little bit more on point there. Fraud Zoomers, if they can have the same lane performance, but just coordinate a little better, then maybe they can make this work. You just drag the game into chaos. I mean, it was pretty much street Dota last game, like we were saying at the start. So really, really push the game in that direction to make this draft work. And I think that's like your one window to win with this.
My God, this mid player plays a lot of Dota. That's 2 Grandmaster heroes in a row. So here we are. It is going to be the game number 2 of Fraud Zoomers taking on 5 Bugs. Now, in terms of this mid matchup, this is historically an extremely favorable matchup for Shadow Fiend. It always has been. Not much has really changed to let the Ember back in. The only thing he can kind of do is play around double impact. Like if the Shadow Fiend tries to position himself in front of the creep wave, which is typical if you're trying to go for the multiple raises, you can try and dodge a raise and get the double sleight of fist proc, which maybe gives you a little bit more harass, but for the most part, it's a rough lane. So maybe what we're going to be seeing is similar to last game of the supports rotating in to try and salvage it, but I don't know. What do you think about the other lanes here, Zach?
What I think is that Troll took bad influence, and I'm really excited to see Magnus RP and then absolutely go to town
Just
with his
whack.
self-cleave. Yeah. This should be a first blood coming up here.
Yeah. Super value smoke pays off immediately. They're going to get themselves the first blood onto the Ember Spirit, which is the absolute best case scenario. He's now going to start the lane with about 330 extra gold plus bounties.
Should make the mid way more playable. We see these first bloods be very impactful, and sometimes it's honestly wasted in a lane where you're already going to win. You know, your Monkey King versus Ember, it's almost wasted because you're like, there's only so hard I can win this lane. But it does miracles going the other direction when you were supposed to struggle, and suddenly it's like your timings just got pushed forward 2 or 3 minutes by getting that kill. Because you were supposed to get, you're supposed to get like 2 CS a wave, and suddenly you're just getting all this gold. The bottle is already on its way. So should be so much better for him now.
I was unsure if he was going to rush the bottle or not, because sometimes it can be a bait, especially in a losing lane where you know you're going to take heavy harass, which sounds kind of weird, but sometimes I feel like getting a couple extra stat items and just an extra set of tangos helps you survive a little bit better, and then still getting the bottle delivered pre 2 minutes. So that you at least can refill it. But this lane, he's actually already dodged out some raises with the sleight of fist, so he's going to have an okay time. Not having to commit any of the charges early is big.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
A courier kill. That's actually kind of helps that mid lane even more, too.
Yeah.
Well, bottom lane, Blast Off has put him in a bad spot. Almost get the kill.
All right, B-God feeling himself from last game clearly on his techies.
He had like 10 kills or something that last one.
Yeah, and he was beyond godlike. Finished the game absolutely
13
bonkers.
kills. 13, 2, and 20 last game. See if he can repeat that performance. Seems like he's set up for it. I mean, these enemy heroes are essentially the same type of heroes that struggle to the techies.
So, bottom lane, Skewer doesn't quite make it into tower range, but some decent damage coming out both ways. These types of engagements always favor the Marcy, but the wave is at least in a good position.
Top lane, Weaver. Ooh, Shikuchi out at the last second.
Oh, that was close. I was like, if he shows, he is super dead. Troll
current
should
build is to
completely
max.
free farm.
Yeah, the current build is to max the swarm on Weaver, so anytime you use Shikuchi, you're really weak. And if you get too close to the troll, I mean, he'll just kill you in that time.
Bottom lane, they actually take down B-God. Very nicely done. Continuing to apply pressure there onto the techies. Did they go through both of the water runes already? I guess so.
I think so. I mean, it's been a very trade-heavy lane.
Tactical death, though. He's coming mid with the smoke on the techies. It's already beginning. They're like, oh, we hear you're trying to have a good game on the Shadow Fiend again.
Have you considered Blast Off?
He's actually playing very safe until he scans it out. Yeah, I was like, he's waiting. He knows that they're going to do it again. Slight chains, though, will connect into the blast off. He was not patient enough. Tries to go for the double raise, but the kill is there once again from B-God. It's a lot of damage he at least got dealt onto the Ember Spirit, but that is a rough one.
Couldn't help himself for the range creep, but he even knew it was there, so just pretty greedy. Top, really close. Boris falls first, though. Return kill going over to Empyrean. The nice thing when you die on Lycan is that your wolves can still farm, and it's honestly about the gold at the start of the game to reach your first items more than the levels, especially if you're not going alpha wolves, so it's not too bad for him.
Oh, the stick from the techies. He's going to be able to get the kill. Disarm as well comes out to keep him alive. Nicely done there from B-God. I did not think he was going to have enough damage, but again, the empower onto the techies. I keep forgetting it. That extra bit of damage actually gets the kill.
Yeah, he's a long-range hero too, so it's pretty easy to just poke in, get some extra value, 9 extra damage. Nyx? Okay, one more change will get him out of there.
He should get the other rune as well, so he should be okay. Now, Boris getting aggressive top, looking for the root here in melee form, trying to just continue the chase, gets a little bit of vision, and yeah, will walk him down. Lycan getting punished for lack of mobility right now, right? This hero wants to rush, no boots and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, Troll not really the best carry to pair with AA for Cold Feet, but Lycan being a slow hero, like you said, and skipped his boots means that, well, I guess he's not that slow. He's like 305. He looks slow because he's so large. Ooh, another blast off in the mid lane.
Wow.
Another
He's getting too
hero.
aggressive. Yeah, getting too aggressive on the Shadow Fiend and 2 points in chains.
He's not having a good time.
That tip is definitely the I'm starting to get angry tip, you know?
Yeah, I don't know if it's the insult you think to be like losing to a Crusader. It's maybe more telling.
I think part of that is like he's... Ooh, they get a kill on the IO bottom. Nicely done. I think when you tip like that, it's like, oh yeah, you need help, you know? That's like the... You couldn't do it yourself type of tip. You need an ally, which means you're getting tilted.
Yeah.
You know? So, level 6 now on the Ember in the mid lane.
Nothing more NA than that.
Yeah. Continuing the aggression bottom. Actually off the mark there with the bomb. Actually puts us into a little bit of a weird spot, and B-God falling low does get the disarm, the pull back. They get the kill, and now Italiano might die as well. So missing a little bit of spells there. Cost them dearly, and this will be 2 kills for the bottom lane.
That's the dangerous thing with the IO Marcy. If you commit, you must get the kill. If you don't get the kill, they're going to get you. Mid, Nyx this time going to be the one to fall.
Okay, yeah. This is the 3rd time I've seen this team BM pause. I'll be honest, these guys are giga frauds. Like, not only for stealing the name, but for stealing other people's accounts and then BM pausing. Giga frauds.
Does that recover his game at all? Still 6
No, his game is still in the dumpster. Like, he's BM pausing after being 600 behind in a favorable matchup. I don't get it. Bottom lane, we're going to see the aggression come out, potentially punished here as you're getting pulled into 3, and now the Techies blast off comes on in. They get themselves 2 more kills here.
All right, this is where you smoke mid and you get him again.
Yeah, I mean...
This is where you lean into it.
To be fair, Ember can solo him at this point. He doesn't have Requiem, he doesn't have Amplify damage, and he's got an Empower, so if he wanted, Ember can very easily just solo kill the Shadow Fiend.
B-God had to get the Wisdom Shrine first, and let's see what he wants to do. You want to keep playing bottom, or do you want to try to target mid again?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, some of the raises already used. Okay, but there is still a lot of damage from earlier. Since Shadow Fiend did get that recovery kill, he is level 7, so these raise stacks with Shadowmire is quite scary. He's actually going for the kill.
Oh, it goes into the Weaver, though. That hurts.
B-God waiting in the back, though.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Or
he'll get
Fraud
rewarded
trying to
with an
really
Invis
double
or
down on
illusion
this
room.
mental warfare with the tips.
Yeah, I don't know how much it's going to work. I feel like we're going to see something very similar as last game, whereas the Shadow Fiend, you know, falls off a cliff in terms of impact. Bottom lane,
Blast
another
coming.
fight coming. Ice Blast comes through. Does it even connect? It does with the Ember. Looking to catch. Gets the chains here onto the Marcy and the Blast Off once again. It is so much damage. Every time I see Blast Off, I'm like, wow. That did more than I thought it was going to do.
And we're at
Running back to the tower here in
400.
Imperial.
Radiant's top tower
Should
is
be
under
okay. Just a support Weaver. Yeah, 400 damage plus 15% of his max HP, which he's at 900 right now. So just a lot.
Oh, they scan the Shadow Fiend.
Shadow Fiend in here.
Italiano looking for him. Does have, I was like, he does have an illusion rune. Maybe he dodges an RP with it, but no. Tip him. Give it. Just do it. All right, they won't. I thought they would.
Taking the high road on 5-bug pig pulse here. Or, more likely, they've already got them all muted. They don't even see any of this.
That's true. Very likely.
bottom tower is under attack.
They don't even know there's a warfare game going on.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Bottom
All
tower
right. Marcy and Iowa once again take the offlane tower. They've done that
structures are
pretty well in both games. They are bringing the Troll Warlord mid to try and take the mid-tier 1 tower. I think that's actually really smart. They're quite strong. Raze is out. Reload's coming in as well. Remnants to safety. We'll just back away. Oh, I don't think you can win this, Lycan. He does have everything available. We'll
Teammates
see.
nearby, though.
I mean, he just presses ults, right? Like, yeah. Yeah, okay, this is exactly what I thought was going to happen. He pressed ult, got the kill, now looking for the Marcy. Now a little bit of help coming in here from the Shadow Fiend. Empyrean, gonna get low. Searing Chains does finish the job. In comes B-God here once again. Double mine. The second one doesn't actually connect, but here
One more
comes
Sleight
Nyx
of Fist.
once again. Slight Chains gets the kill, and now this Weaver getting caught by all these mines into one more for good measure. Why not? B-God dies to the
Bug.
swarm, but the damage is done. Nyx survives it all. You gotta get that bug off of you, my guy.
This bug is gonna kill him. Newt? Okay, it's gone. I guess that one of the changes, because I don't think Sleight of Fist removed it before, right?
Oh, you're right. It did change. Same things like Yule Scepter and stuff. It removes
Yeah.
it. So yeah, maybe Sleight of Fist does as well. Or it expired. Actually, maybe like the timing was perfect and expired, but I don't know. That's something we'll have
If
to
he
keep
does
an
it
eye
and it
on.
removes,
It does
Yeah, it
remove it.
removed it.
Wow, that's pretty cool, actually. That's a freebie onto the Weaver as he comes back into the lane here, and they do actually happen to see the Lycan. No
He's got
ultimate
no
for
ult.
20 seconds. That's going to be another kill for the side of 5
go
bugs.
mid, guys. Go mid, guys. I thought after you kill Lycan, you just go dive mid. I guess no Ice Blast. It's a little tough into the Requiem. It's not Requiem either.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A little
Another
bit of a
pause.
pause here. All right, they're chilling. So
Got a lot of lag issues.
yeah, it's kind of similar to what we saw last game, right? Where the lanes were like kind of a little bit of back and forth, a lot of fighting, but now we're starting to get into the mid game where we saw 5bug completely slap frauds in the last game, right? Like they just didn't have really any like way to counter the movements that were coming out from them. The Magnus Blink, is that online now? Because I feel like it's going to be soon.
Yeah, he's got it. He's actually even
got
got
it,
another
okay.
chunk of gold, so I'm curious to see if he'll go the Echo again. If he does, I really want him to disassemble it to get the BKB faster this time. Though, I guess there's not as much issues as last time. Like, there was roar and all that stuff, silences from the Muerta, where the faster BKB would have helped. This game, as long as you don't get caught by the Requiem, you're probably blinking in and RPing everything. Like, even if Marcy tries to jump at you, you can RP faster. So, I guess it's not as big of a deal to get this time.
Right now, Troll Warlord off to a pretty great start. Doing a decent job of staying ahead of the Marcy. It's the Lycan and the Shadow Fiend that I feel like are really struggling so far this game. And Lycan can come back with the Helm of the Dominator and the Helm of the Overlord timing if he happens to get it. But a fight breaking out bottom, off the mark there with the Blink Skewer. But Nyx, he's smoked up in mid. Has an Arcane. He might just be hunting for another hero, and instead B-God fighting it out here with the Weaver.
Just be careful, this Marcy ult!
Oh, okay, he got the kill on the Marcy, and no Skewer to cancel the TP out there from the IO. So,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All chat continues from the grave.
I'm sure they're all muted.
Nothing
I
else
think you're
to
right.
do.
Dire's middle tower.
Mid tier 1 tower dies. Shadow Fiend gonna change his build and go straight into the
This is
Blink Dagger.
Too
this
far
game.
for an official match. This is.
I didn't see what they said. What'd they say?
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Call them an
attack.
account buyer.
Okay. I mean, says the
it's
team
not
that are
really.
using 4 Smurf accounts and account sharing, but that's fine. Bottom lane, slight chains around the Marcy. Not gonna chase too far.
Get the bugs onto Troll, but I mean, he's just gonna walk away.
Yeah, he has ult. I mean, best case scenario, Weaver is the one that like dives. He's forced to ult, and then you just time lapse it away or whatever. But it's not easy for a Weaver to force that. That's where you like need the Blink Requiem to come in order to do it, and hope that you don't just like die before you get the Blink Requiem off.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Interesting. He's going for the Crimson Guard on Magnus. I mean, there's a lot to reduce. The Lycan hits, the Marcy hits, Weaver, SF. Kind of get the value. I'm not sure if they need it entirely. I feel like if he just gets a good RP, they won't even have the people alive to do the damage, but...
The Radiant Scan... It actually doesn't connect. They barely slip by here, so the Shadow Fiend thinks he's safe. And boy, is he not. That tier 1 tower, yeah, he might get it. But that's going to be a heavy cost. Blast off to follow it up. Very quickly killed by Italiano and the gang.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Any lag pauses?
Dire's middle tower.
Weaver coming in. Looking for some heroes. Get some bugs. Nice remnant to safety. Italiano actually overplays, but there's the RP onto 3. Ice Blast doesn't connect, but Troll will cleave them to death. Yeah, goodbye. 3 dead right away. Those cleaves from this Troll are going to be very powerful this game.
Kind of what I mean, where like, I don't actually know if he needs Crimson Guard. I feel like as long as he ults 2 targets,
Radiant's top
they'll
tower
just
is
kill
under
them and
attack.
have the damage advantage. Off of that fight, very well timed. They're going to head straight over through the Twin Gate. Oh, well, I thought they were going to do Tormentor, but they actually see this SF. They have the chance to do something very, very funny.
It would be very funny, indeed. The other team actually coming in to maybe contest this. Ward gets dropped. Bugs are out. Mines are doing some damage to the Tormentor, but now you have to be very careful. There's no ult on your Troll Warlord. There's the Blink, the Requiem. They got him. B-God unable to cancel it. Blast off will hit 4. My God!
That was insane
Okay.
return damage. Ice Blast should be on the way. It's up. They're waiting for one more chains.
Available.
Ice Blast? Ice Blast?
He's just going to kill the IO himself, and they're just going to turn around and now get the Marcy? All right, whatever. That is...
That's way funnier, actually.
I don't know
didn't
how
see
they
it coming.
did that. IO bought
He
back
got
and reload.
techies. He was trying to join the Marcy, but it's one of those things, once you start it, you can't stop it.
Yeah.
All right,
Wow.
I was so wrong there. I thought getting the SF first would have been funnier, but that was actually way funnier. The losing team fight to bait them into the 4-man techies combo plus sleight of fist to turn the fight.
Yeah, that was a 4-hero blast off sleight of fist. The Weaver and Shadow Fiend's health went from 100% to like 2 instantly. Like that was so much damage. And now you just get an ultra kill on the Ember Spirit. So he's having a great time. Dude, that blast off went
still up.
What was it?
I was gonna say they got a little sidetracked because of all that. The Tormentor is still up now, but they're gonna finish the tower and then I think go for it. Weaver trying to hang around in the area, but I think Nick saw him.
He does have a Yules, but yeah, chains right into blast off. Another kill. And now after the tower, they will take the Tormentor. See who gets the shard here. The rich get richer. It goes to B-God as he passes both the mid and off laner of the frauds.
I mean, it's actually so good this game to be able to use the reactive taser onto whoever's being focused. We're not sure where it's going to be in these team fights, but it's like, oh, you're trying to fight my troll? Disarmed. You know, oh, you want Ember? Disarmed. It's really good.
Yeah. Okay, they get a solo kill onto the Ancient Apparition there, committing the Requiem.
I believe the Crimson Guard's on the way. So team fights just got a lot harder for Fraud Zoomers. Shivas still needs about 2,000 gold to finish Shivas, but that's going to be really strong for the Ember.
Classic B-God bait in the top side here. Skewers out. Io saves him for the moment, but here comes the rest of the heroes. These TP's taking a while, but they will finally join the fray. Italiano's going to go down, but it's going to cost you big. 3 dead now. Backside of the fight, Lycan tries to run from this Troll Warlord. Rooted up. Finished off with these time lapse. We'll get the Weaver out for now.
The Crimson Guard buys a lot of time there. Still ultimately falls, but it's enough to get everyone else there. And although he dies, very happy with the 4 for 2 trade. Especially considering Boris picked up 3 of them. So your troll is even richer now, working towards his BKB. And with that, he'll just be free to kill everyone in a team fight.
Yeah, there is not much that they can do to this hero at all. Oh, Empyrean in some trouble here. There's no ult, however, on the Weaver, so this will be a slight chains, and he's just going to shatter now. Okay. Keeping it cool on the Ancient Apparition there. See what I did? Pretty nice.
Nice. He's actually entropy more than he is ice, so...
Okay, that's fair. Io scouted on a ward, trying to make his way to the Marcy, but looking like he's going to make it too far. Topside B-God bursted by the Marcy, so that's actually a really nice kill. 700 gold going her way, but she has no TP. Do they know she has no TP? Doesn't seem like it.
Well, actually, you know, for some reason I thought his lore was about entropy, but it is about ice, so... Egg on my face.
I would have never called your bluff on that one. I would have said, yep, you're right. That's fine.
I live an honest life. Gotta call it.
That's
call
fair.
it as it is.
BKB available on the Shadow Fiend. It's being potentially queued up, or it's being potentially delivered, but it hasn't been started. Yeah. Well, Blade Mail nearly kills him off the Requiem. With that haste rune expiring, they might be able to finish the job. Gets the blink out, so Io will sacrifice himself to bail out the Shadow Fiend.
You go
which
fast enough.
I think he needed to TP.
If he stays in these trees, I think he's okay. Oh, they're actually not chasing hard enough to see him. Okay.
Okay.
Go through for this Marcy. She does have a TP available, but no BKB. So as soon as they find her, she is going to be stuck. First hit root.
Yeah, what can you do? Sometimes you just have to fight a really angry man with axes.
On the daily. That's my Wednesdays.
Board scouting the Lycan here, coming on in, has the chain. Oh, actually misses. Italiano, no RP, but does get the pullback, trying to skewer, actually off the mark. Very difficult to catch the Lycan.
I think that's the,
If the chains
chain
connect, maybe.
change there, because now they only hit 2 heroes, or 2 units. And I think there were enough wolves or creeps there. Either way, you get him to use the ult, and he's kind of wasting the duration, so that'll open up the Roshan, especially with Marcy being dead. And with this on the troll, I think you're feeling good to just have him hit buildings.
I think that's fair. Like, he doesn't really have BKB yet, but the Basher, Sanj, and Yasha, I mean, there's not a lot that really stops him from doing anything he wants this game on the troll. Right, we talked about it, the only real stun is Requiem, and now he can just bash the Shadow Fiend into Oblivion. So, I like the Adam build a lot. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yules onto the Ember. He has a Blade Mail. Just dodges the Requiem completely, and they're going to get caught from the Ice Blast. There's the RP. GG comes out. A valiant effort from the frauds, but dutifully eliminated from the tournament. I want to say something about karma coming for them, but what can you do? I'm sure it's too on the nose.
5-bug, Pigpole just play their game. They didn't even react to any of the all chat coming in. They probably did have them all muted. And I mean, their draft was just, I think it was better, but also it was easier. You know, they just get this, it felt like the same draft. Didn't learn any lessons from game 1. So turns out Magnus, Skewer, right? They don't all have to hit, but you just hit a couple. The enemy's playmaking, non-existent. So just eventually you find the fights you want. Sure, they get a couple kills here and there, but for the most part, you just walk away. If you're the Ember, if you're the Magnus, the Troll, you're just like, oh, I don't want to fight that. Okay, leave. So you get to choose what you want, and eventually the Wombo combos connect. You get a couple RPs, blast offs, chains, straightforward for 5-bug Pigpole.
Yeah, like your initiation on the frauds here is your Weaver Sakuchiing in, using the target, and then your Shadow Fiend like blink BKB with the Requiem. And if it's not absolutely perfectly timed, it's dodged. And that's exactly what happened. Like Ember's like, I'll just Blade Mail, Slide of Fish, Shivas, and now your whole team is dead. So cool. Yeah, I mean, the draft just from the Radiant just doesn't really have much cohesion. We were kind of joking, like maybe they're just going to pick a Lycan and run at the back line with him in this game, and that is actually what they ended up trying to do. But you lose all 3 lanes, even when you have a favorable matchup in mid. So there's just not a lot you can do. It is just a skill diff, in my opinion, here between these two teams, but also just not a super solid draft either. That like really would have given them any real chance.
Yeah, all chat only works in pubs. You know, at the pro level, they just mute and they just keep playing their game, and they just keep winning.
Yeah, this is a what can you do moment for those guys. They're eliminated. I doubt we'll probably seeing this stack ever again. But maybe they'll like play with some other players. I don't know, but I mean, we wouldn't even know if they played ever again because they'll just make 4 new accounts as well. So it's hard to tell. Congratulations to 5-bug.
They use 4 Zoomers again.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I would like I was speaking to some other former members of 4 Zoomers, and they were saying that they may actually like sign up for qualifiers just under their name and not play them, just so no one else can keep taking the name of 4 Zoomers, which would be interesting. But
that'd be real fitting of the NA quals.
Yeah, right.
Don't play.
It'd be interesting. For now, they're going to move on to the lower bracket semifinal, where they'll be playing the winners of White Ice and Gladiator. That's going to be happening on the B stream in a little bit, or in about 2 hours. For you and I, we get the main event, which is Shopify versus Wildcard in that upper bracket finals, which I'm excited for. Should be a really interesting series. Wildcard has looked pretty good. They've had some more experience lately getting their way to some lands. So I hope it's paid off. I hope they've learned a lot. And we'll see how that upper bracket's going to go. What are your predictions for it?
Ooh. I don't know. In the past, people would absolutely pick Shopify Rebellion, but Wildcard has beaten them out a couple times. I don't think we've seen them play since they changed the offlaner on Shopify. I'm not 100% sure on that, but that's going to be the big question mark. How does Pakaz fit in? Whereas Wildcard, they've been playing together this whole time, improving, and excited to see if the work's paying off.
Hoping for a good series. That's all we can ask for. So we're gonna go to
And
a
they'll
break,
be
everyone.
there. That's already
Yeah.
a big step up.
That's true. The teams will show up. We know that is going to be the first step in this event at this point. But again, that's going to be happening in just over 2 hours. So make sure to hang around and come back for that series if you want to watch some of the other games that are happening on these other streams. So go support whichever regions, whichever teams you want to support. But until our finals, we'll be going to a break. So we'll see y'all then.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for auld lang syne. We twa hearing about the braes and put the gowans fine, but seas between us braid he road sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for auld lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stoup, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for auld lang syne.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds a boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches a fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind, a covey, a flake, cake and tea for supper. Cod fish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally to Boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally to Boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ore bella non tiene buon mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ore bella non tiene buon mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza donna mia, la ride qua, un garzon bello giocondo, ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Indians fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery and day. Agus foy marish and crushkin is biach shelan.
There were two little sisters a walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was, oh, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around beneath. at me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the barn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
This rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind, the covey a flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
mia si salterà, l'ore bella peranzare tiene buon man mancherà, già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ore bella peranzare tiene buon man mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza donna mia, venite qua, un garzon bello giocondo, ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery eyed and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery eyed and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a-tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery eyed and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery eyed and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery eyed and day. Agus foy marish and crushki in the spiach shelan.
These melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath that flow, he'll draw music when he's pleased to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with sounds and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go happy pipe, and ever mindful be to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine.
There were two little sisters a walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of the stone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bows of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bows of London.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk a joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Dream League Season 26 closed qualifiers for North America. Ricky's having some internet issues, I think, so he's not quite here yet. I think he'll be joining shortly. In the meantime, a solo podcast until the game starts. Don't worry, we do have a game this time. It is Shopify Rebellion versus Wildcard. Both of these teams are in the lobby, getting ready to go. So we'll have a hype game in a moment. The peak of NA Dota, our two best teams. Which I'm sure a lot of people are pretty familiar with, especially Shopify Rebellion. They've been kind of the top dog for a while. They recently changed their offlaner to Pakaz, which I don't think I've gotten to see too much of yet. So I'm kind of excited to see where that team is going to evolve as they play together. Wildcard, if you follow the NA scene, you're familiar with because they are our second team. But maybe you're just tuning in for the first time, you don't know them as well. They've been grinding it out. We got Yamson, RCY, Fade, Speed, and Bignum, and they bring some very creative drafts. For example, they started the Venomancer jungling. Well, I don't know if they started it, but I saw them do it first in the pro scene. So they are willing to try some cool new things, which is always fun. I don't know what they're going to try here. We can't easily see what they do, and their previous series was kind of a stomp. I don't know how representative it is. So this is going to be the real test, the NA Dota grind twice, because this is the upper bracket final. So best of 3 here. Whichever team loses, gonna go to the lower bracket, and then typically beat whatever other team is over there, and then we're gonna play it again, upper bracket or just grand finals, best of 5. Probably Shopify Rebellion versus Wildcard once more, as we have seen in the past many times. Well, for a bit we had like nouns and stuff, so there's usually 2 top teams in NA. You guys know. You guys know what it's like. So we'll be getting going in just a moment. I think they're about to do the coin toss, and we'll see what they pick. Most teams in this patch have been going for first pick. There's just been some really OP heroes I'm sure you guys have seen, like the Dazzle, the Nature's Prophet, Magnus. But as the patch has gone on, those things have started to balance out. People have come up with more ideas of how to deal with it. And I was like, oh, Nature's, we'll go Phantom Assassin, Terrorblade. They start coming out with ideas, and second pick has started to become a little bit more popular because of that. I don't know if that's going to forever be the case or something we're going to see the whole time. Oh, there we go. Ricky's back. Internet issue resolved. What's up?
Nah, I'm sorry. I'm back. Had some issues there, but we're good. I'm ready to talk to you about some Dota. Surprisingly, I'm the one that's late this time. Who would have guessed?
Yeah, the twist. There has to be a sacrifice. Someone must be late. It's one of the teams or the casters. And we wanted Dota to happen, so Ricky took the bullet for us for a moment. But you have made it literally just in time for some actual Dota, some top tier NA Dota.
Yeah, I mean, this has been the game we've all been waiting for, right? Like, for the most part, it's, I think you've probably already been talking about it a little bit. I was hearing a little bit as I was getting connected, but yeah, I mean, this is just exactly kind of what we've come to expect out of the NA region. It's just Shopify +1. It used to be Shopify and Nouns, and then now it's Shopify Wildcard. Now Nouns is no more. But I do hope that Wildcard actually... I would actually be stoked if Wildcard gets the win. Not because I want Shopify to lose, but just because I want to prove that there is some solid potential in this team, because I do think that they're pretty solid.
I mean, they've beaten Shopify before. I think it was before they recently changed the offlaner, so new team in a way to have to prove yourself again. But I agree. It's nothing against Shopify. It's nice when there's multiple teams in a region, and I actually think that encourages growth, which is then good for both teams. So if it's, no matter who wins, I hope it's close to show that our teams are, pretty good. It's not just like this is the team and there's no one else. These guys have been grinding it out for quite a while, and it's always great to see new players find success. With that said, Shopify also has a great roster. So if they end up winning here and then in the grand finals again, that'll be our NA team. We'll be happy to see how they do further on.
Yeah, exactly. As we look at the draft here, this underway, finally we get to see kind of, to be honest, way more meta picks and bans. right? Like this is pretty much what we've come to expect from most teams in the last like couple of weeks, watching all these different events happening, and these are pretty much the top 7 in terms of most bans that we've seen. Maybe the only exception is the Darkseer instead of like a Tiny. But Shopify actually going for an overall first pick Templar Assassin, so a hero that is getting a little bit more attention. I don't know. It seems like a solid opener, since I know they can flex it between mid and safe lane.
Yeah, something they like a lot, and it has been gaining some popularity. Got some buffs. I think the barrier, the refraction. I think she got one more barrier charge, which is really nice for the hero through all stages of the game, but especially the lane. And there's also been a lot of melee heroes that have been popular, so you can start to bully them with meld. So I haven't seen it literal first pick, but they clearly have an idea for it. The Beastmaster picked up for wild card. There is potentially some flex here, but Fade is a very good Beastmaster if you just want to run it in the off lane. It can have some struggles versus the TA because you are melee. You can Psyblade through your summons, but you have a lot of damage sources as well on the Beastmaster, so you can get through the refraction quickly. And if you roar her, refraction up or not, like so much damage comes out from the drums of Slam that TA is a pretty squishy hero. And if you can eat through the charges on your own, you kill her. It can be a volatile matchup. Whoever ends up doing better.
Yeah, I agree. I think volatile is the right word because, like, I feel like the lane is pretty good for Templar Assassin if this ends up being the safe lane. But the big question is going to be the 4 and the 5 in terms of how they can contribute. So things like Jakiro come to mind to maybe help the Templar Assassin, right? Giving yourself a lot more of a lane dominating support. Or something like the Muerta from Wildcard could be, you know, up the alley for them. But we'll see what they want to do. Shopify pulled out the 5 position Tinker yesterday, so they won't get that option this time. So I'm a little bit curious, like what kind of dominant 5 position they want to rely on.
Yeah, in terms of position 4s, someone where we've been kind of waiting to see if they're going to make their way back is the Bat Rider. That used to be a really good pairing with the Beastmaster. Bat Rider went through a series of nerfs, but then he recently got some buffs, I would say. Not the most direct buffs. The lasso doesn't get canceled as easily, and the flame, the firefly is a little wider. I don't know how good that is or not, but it does well versus the barrier if they want to break it out.
10 seconds remaining.
Right. I like
Ringmaster.
Yeah, I like Ringmaster a lot. I really do. It's been more fun seeing this hero get played. I was kind of a doubter in this hero for a little while, but I think watching BetBoom play it, I've become more of a believer in the Max Tame the Beast build. Because for the longest time, people were maxing Impalement Arts, and it's a good spell, but it didn't seem like it was the best spell to put the points in, right? Tame the Beast scaling pretty dang good, especially when you can combo it with other heroes. And that's what I'm most excited to see.
You say that, but I actually think Impalement Arts is really good when you just need to bully people down.
True.
Whether that ends up being the case here, I'm not sure yet. But in terms of breaking refraction, Impalement Arts is actually pretty good. So maybe he'll get more points in it. With that said, I don't think you need a lot of points in it. I think just 1 point, honestly, breaks the refraction. But if you get more points, you're more likely to always have a charge available to just be like, oh, you want to do refraction? I don't think so. Impalement Arts, break it. So I think 2 points in the lane is probably enough. And then you could go back to Max Tame the Beast, which maybe Naga 5. She had really dropped out of the meta, but that's because there were so many melee carries, and you didn't really want this double melee lane. We're seeing some ranged carries come back, especially this TA, which maybe leaves room for this Naga 5 again. I'm not fully sure, though. I think when you see a specific need for teamfight, it can be good. Maybe the idea is when Wheel of Wonder and Roar come out, you just do a fight reset with Song. I feel like the shard from Ringmaster kind of wrecks the illusions, though I guess as support Naga, you're not fully playing around those illusions.
I do like... I think I'm with you for Ringmaster going like 1-0-2 in lane, then maxing Tame the Beast, especially against the Naga Siren. You're going to need the AoE to deal with the illusions. Snapfire is a little bit odd to me. Because there's not like anything revealed at the moment where we're like, yeah, okay, the Snapfire pick is good for X reason. It's just kind of a 4, and it doesn't seem like the most stable 4 in a lot of games, so maybe they were expecting some sort of a Phoenix here. I'm not really sure, but we'll go for the Gyrocopter. Pretty safe one position.
10 seconds remaining.
It is some extra negative armor, and
That is true.
that could be cool with the TA. Also, Escape Act as a save, you can't target with the right clicks, but AoE abilities can still hit. There is magic resistance, but at least you can still hit. Maybe that's some of the idea behind the Snapfire ultimate. You know, you're trying to save the guy, but you still just keep pelting him with the Mortimer's Kisses, and you still finish up the kill. We get the Tusk. This is most likely the Gyro carry and the Tusk 5. There is room to move these supports around, but I think that makes the most sense. And that is going to be a pretty strong lane. Snapfire can potentially save you from the ice shards, but if you use the cookie aggressively and you manage to snowball dodge it, suddenly you're in a really good position to just run down whoever this off lane is, or maybe Snapfire jumped in herself. You're going to have to be very careful. We have some very strong lanes from both sides so far.
Typical NA fashion, baby. Give me the strong lanes, you know? That's what we love to see. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's generally a pretty straightforward lane. Also, Snowball save against some of Snapfire's kit is also great. So between Tusk and Ringmaster, you have some good defensives to maybe bail out the Gyrocopter. They're going to pick up the Lycan. So a hero that has been getting picked a little bit more with the change to Helm of the Dominator and Overload, things being hero creeps, has made it a little bit, interesting. Now you can't like yoink the other person's Helm of the Dominator with your own Helm of the Dominator, which is kind of funny, right? Like that was one of the things where, like in fights you would fight over the person's Overlord creep, but
which I'm kind of down to see. And now it won't just be like you said, just stealing each other's creep. We're going to see a creep battle, like your ancient versus my ancient, head to head fight to the death. Unless Beastmaster just goes Ags, like he does a lot. And it's pretty good this game. A lot of AoE damage versus all the illusions and summons and break the barrier like we were talking about. But man, do I want to see just two giant ancients fighting it out. 1v1 in the mid lane.
5 seconds.
I'm down.
Like
Sign me
Year
up. That
Beast
seems fun
again.
to watch. So we're going to the final stage of bans here. It's going to be the Dragon Knight, removed from Shopify, as Wildcard probably need a mid laner. Tiny, okay, I was going to say Tiny's on the table, which could be good for both teams. Like it's going to get banned there from Wildcard. Because the thing is, like Templar Assassin could be mid or safe lane. For the most part, Wildcard, we need a mid lane. Like you could do Beastmaster mid. It's not super common, but I think in the lane that they currently have, I think I'm fine with it against the Naga Sirens. So see where they want to go from here.
For Shopify, I'm gonna say I would love to see an initiator.
Yeah.
You have a TA and a Lycan that just wants to run and do physical damage. So Snapfire, like who is she gonna land the ultimate on when it's just a Lycan chasing people? It's gonna be really difficult. So I feel that someone who starts fights would be really good for them. With that said, I have a feeling that what I'm gonna see instead is a full commitment to right-click physical damage, run at you type lineup. Like that's the other route you could go. I don't think I would love it, but it does fit the historical strong laning presence of Shopify into just, map dominance, run it down. I could kind of see it working, but I would really just prefer, like a Storm or a Tiny that gets banned out. Like that would have fit it perfectly.
Yopaj's puck is still available, and it's not a bad puck game. I mean, the thing is, like, you just don't see the mid matchup, so you have to pick a mid hero here who is fairly reliable. Ember Spirit's available, so they're going to ban Huskar, probably pick the Ember, would be my guess here.
I would think so. Oh, a Slardar.
Okay, that's an initiator for you, and minus armor.
There we go.
Checking a lot of boxes.
Okay, who beats this and has a lot of armor? Monkey King and Huskar are the usual melee killers. Maybe
like
a Dazzle mid?
never
Could
mind,
you do that? I know it did get nerfed, but I feel like it would be okay versus.
Yeah, you need something that can really keep him out of the river. So you either have to shove the lane.
You may now select your heroes.
Beastmaster mid.
Beastmaster then.
Yeah, Fade will take the brew. I mean, Fade's a specialist player for sure. Like, he plays a lot of odd heroes that other people don't in the offlane. Brewmaster has not gotten a lot of time in the spotlight recently. But we'll see how it lanes against the TA. Pakaz on his Lycan. I mean, this is like comfort city for him.
Yeah, I think so. I can't say I love where Brewmaster is in the current meta, but I do think if you manage to go Radiance, because your evasion's already really good, it's like 3 right-clicking cores. You get the Radiance, even more evasion, and burn damage for the barrier, make all the summons, miss all the physical damage, and then you're pretty good versus the summons, like with the Panda. You can easily kill illusions, find the real heroes, lift like Naga out of the fight so she can't just song reset. I do see the value there. I'm just worried. I've seen many cases where the Brewmaster falls flat and just doesn't go all that well. But maybe the pairing with Ringmaster's good. It's not a combo we've seen before, but I can see it working because you can ignite the Cinder Brew easily.
All right, I'm a believer in this Slardar mid. I think it's a pretty sick pick. I'm a little unsure of the matchup is the thing. Like, we don't really see this matchup that often, but if what I know about Beastmaster, especially with this facet, is that he should have a pretty good time. This hero wins a lot of just like 1v1s. I don't know. I would like to see this Slardar pick pay off, but it is a little bit of a greedy one.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how it does. I think it could be... We've seen the Slardars not pan out if you have a bad start. So, we'll have to see how good of a start he can have, see if any first bloods happen. Bignum did go Carney Classics on the Ringmaster, the original souvenirs. Not going to get the weighted pie this time and such, which I feel would have been kind of funny, but probably not very effective as Lycan runs at you max speed. You push him away for a moment, and then he just gets back to you.
It's a late smoke. They're going to try and collapse here, maybe onto Skem. It wouldn't be a bad grab, but they're looking for something else on the backside instead. Okay, no, they're getting the full wrap around here. Skem might be in some trouble. Shard block is out. He's going to maybe go for the illusion to push himself out, and it works! And now Yamsun's the one in a rough spot. A very good bait there from the Naga Siren. Brush comes through from Yopaj looking for RCY, and it looks like just off of that, Shopify will open this game 2-0. They will grab themselves runes, and that was without the Lycan. This is one of those things about the Naga Siren you gotta remember. She can just quickly jump across those shards.
Well, it is a little bit luck-based on which spot you spawn in. But it was a nice setup from Shopify. So even if Naga had died there, I think you are getting some return kills from Shopify as we saw. And like you said, even a 4v5 and it goes their way. So a bit rough for them. They don't even get the souvenir for Ringmaster, which you frequently see these first blood attempts when you have a Ringmaster because you want to start the lane with who knows what you're going to get. If you get Strongman, that's the best. But all of them have some kind of use when you get Carney Classics.
Oh, free courier there from Speed. Bakaz going to lose his tangos. That's actually kind of costly.
Yeah, does Snapfire... Snapfire has a double set, so should be okay until the courier respawns at least.
A little bit of trading here.
The pole camps, I mean.
That's nice. He gets the block off still.
Yeah, he will know where it's going to be, though, since he had to use the sentry from right there. So immediate unblock in the mid lane. Two tanky boys bashing each other away. Beastmaster coming out ahead for now. I think you need a couple more levels on the Slardar so that the water bonus is more helpful.
Well, the water bonus clicks in at level 6. Like, it's based on his ult.
Oh, you're right. Yeah,
for Seaborn Sentinel, but you trade better with just more levels in Crush, because like every time he comes near you, you're just spamming Crush and bonking him because you'll have infinite mana from the bottle. The problem is Beastmaster has so much magic stacking damage, whereas like against a physical damage hero, that Seaborn Sentinel pays off a little bit more, right? Because you have that extra armor. But the magic damage, I feel like, might cause him to struggle.
Scam might be struggling in the top lane.
Yeah. Ooh.
Dispels. Okay, so that is the annoying thing for Wildcard. She just dispelled the Cinder Brew and the Impalement Arts, and then after that, they didn't have the damage to finish the kill.
Yeah.
So a little bit tricky to initiate on the Naga.
So this is where the question of at level 3, do you go for the 2 points in Impalement Arts and just try to stick it on the TA? Or do we go more points and Tame the Beast?
I feel like Impalement Arts might be safer, because if Tame the Beast hits the barrier, you're getting no value.
Oh, man, they've got Yamato's damage stacking up there from the Cinderbrew and the Dagger. And that's, I think, what we would prefer to see in the lane, right? Keep the damage on the TA. Like, Skem can do quite a bit, like you said, in terms of dispelling, but you'll burn through the refractions fairly easily. Bottom lane, potential fight for this for this Lotus. As Bakaz fallen low, hiding into the trees, dodging quite a few of that flak attacks now, as Yamsun trying to finish off the kill, trying to run him down. The Snapfire makes it into the trees. Yamsun never even sees him. Instead, just turn his attention on over to Bakaz here. The Lycan gets the summons out to split that Rocket Barrage damage, and he's going to survive as well. So, good movement there from Shopify to not die, but overall, really good trade here for Wildcard.
Yeah, the Wolves absorbed enough damage that he couldn't get the kill with Rocket Barrage, and in the past, it's a little different now because of all the fasts and everything, but in the past, there were two different schools of thought of whether Lycan counters Gyro or if Gyro counters Lycan, because they both have tools against each other. For example, Flak kills all the summons, you scale up a lot, and Lycan wants to run into the fight, but you just kill everything without even needing to do anything differently on the Gyro. At the same time, Gyro in the lane, after Rocket Barrage, gets absorbed by the Wolves, and he doesn't like being single target focused down, which is exactly what Lycan does. So it really depends on who does better. I think Facets have changed this a little, but I think the core philosophy is still true.
Yeah. I like that. That's a cool breakdown of that matchup that I'm sure a lot of people have not considered.
Who picked it first? Lycan came after the
Lycan
Gyro?
came after, yeah.
Okay,
mid lane Yopaj is trying to get the dive here. He will get hit from the Hawk. No, it doesn't come in time. The 3 points crush. That's all you need. Honestly, a lot of this set up from the fact that there is a great rotation to take the rune away. Now, level 2 Tame the Beast is up. All right, they will cancel the TP, and Snapfire being mid means bottom lane Pakaz is going to take a lot of damage here. Trying to get his way back to the tower. Blood Grenade connects, and with the Rocket Barrage, this time they will take down the Lycan.
Snapfire does snipe the Ringmaster kill. I'd say the Lycan kill worth a little bit more. But you did get a TP rotation from Speed. I mean, he canceled it, but at least he used it.
Yeah.
So that might set up future opportunities where he can't respond to a gank. So right now, he just found Hellscream setting up on RCY. I don't think he can finish this. Wildcard gonna play it safe, back up. That's the right call, because there's actually 3 heroes from Shopify waiting here.
Yeah, Yopaj is level 6, and he knew that this was coming, so he's trying to get his team near him so he can maybe make a play with it. But RCY barely outside of the crush range there, otherwise he might have died. And with that, Seaborn Sentinel levels up. He's just not really worried about getting pushed out of the lane now. Does a ton of damage, and just like that, quick kill onto the Tusk, and they're going to look for more. Great cookie to...
The Beastmaster even has more last hits and denies, but the series of kills Yopaj was involved in, from the first blood to, you know, all the kills we just saw, he's about a full level ahead. And that means you just can't really trade in the lane anymore because you're corrosive hazed, and at any point he runs at you, he's going to be doing so much extra damage.
Yeah, the Slaughter doesn't actually need to attack you. It's just crush. And that's the thing that a lot of people maybe aren't aware of with like the change on the kind of choices here. Like some people in the past would max the bash, but it's really max Slither and crush on this hero, which does all the work.
Fade needs the most evasion in the world right now.
You get bailed out here from the Ringmaster, but nah, they just dive him. They're bringing a lot of heroes down here, now finding RCY on the Beastmaster. He does have Roar, but they're going to try and take the Wisdom Shrine away. They will get it on Yopaj. Roar used onto Yamato to try and get the safety, but now Big Num, the one in trouble as well. Even committing the Strongman tonic to try and survive, but it's not enough. 4 heroes here from the tops, or on the top side, and now bottom lane. They can't even push out the cause. Yeah, he's doing fine.
Just a moment away. I think that was like the last 0.2 seconds, and then Bignum would have secured the Wisdom Shrine. And even as you lose some heroes, at least you got that. But Yopaj, with his extra movement speed, slips in there. Now, with the level advantage on his supports, a follow-up kill onto Beastmaster. Things are getting out of control. I was expecting a more even back-and-forth game, but that first blood, 2 kills even, has quickly led to Yopaj just killing everybody. 4-0-5. He's involved in every single kill right now for Shopify Rebellion. He just picked up an amplified damage rune. He gets smoked up by Hellscream. He's gonna go look for a 10th kill in the bottom lane.
This is how you have to play Slardar mid. That you can't like just sit back and farm. You need, as soon as you have level 6, your supports need to be playing around you and just running at heroes. If you're playing passive, you're kind of missing out the entire timing of him. He's now level 7, so 4th point and crush is online. He's gonna see Yamsun here on the bottom side. Scam gonna try and close the gap, but look at the damage. A quarter of his health gone immediately off of that crush, and now Speed in trouble as well. Held down, all that minus armor coming through, doing so much work. And yeah, Snowball, I am a moment of space, but another crush from Yopaj. Level 8, looking at the tier 1 tower bottom. As top side, they're gonna maybe dive Yamato. They have the split up. And with this,
they need something in return.
They're coming through the gate. Scam's level 6. You have Song of the Siren.
Level 6 already, so high level.
Oh boy. And now Fade, he's gonna recombine here on that Earth Panda. Mortimer Kisses even coming through. Big Num can't survive. This is a disaster, and a really unfortunate series of events is they're just going to continue the chase. Now looking for more reeled in here by the Naga Siren. There's going to be a great roar. They take down the TA. Yamsun trying to get away as Yopaj looking to close the gap, but can't. Okay, 2 kills in return. Wildcard desperately needed those.
It does cost them their bottom tower, though. Lycan never rotates over. He's just content to farm up his Helm of the Dominator, which is now finished. We're seeing such a snowball effect here, and it can look really bad for Wildcard, like they're being outclassed, but sometimes you just get these series of events that are a little unlucky, and it just gets out of hand. The First Bloods, the Wisdom Shrines, everything slowly going Shopify's way, and now you end up with a huge level advantage. Massive net worth advantage, 4K at 10 minutes, and it might get worse because like, look at Yopaj, he's just running in, doesn't care. Enemies have the map.
You have Helm of the Dominator now too, so the pack leader is already going to start to like having a pretty big impact for this Lycan. So now you don't even have to commit heavily. Oh my gosh, Yamsun top lane just sold off by Yamato, and you know, a deluge from the Naga Siren. But I was going to say, you don't even have to commit now in Slardar. You can just throw the ult on someone and let your Lycan summons go run at them now, because they do a ton of damage.
This is... Unfortunately, I think we're going to see the rough side of Brewmaster now, which is that when you fall behind, this hero just feels very underwhelming, and there's not really a better build than Radiance. We used to see some Spirit Vessels. It's like an okay acceptable build, but honestly, after that, you kind of go back for Radiance, and it just is this big window where if you're ahead and you can just occupy a huge part of the map and they can't come to you, it works. When you fall behind and you're easily killed and you just have to farm your own half of the map for the Radiance, feels really bad. And that's the version we're getting this game right now.
There it is. I was about to bring attention with the blink coming through now on Yopaj. Now he is going to get roared, run up to the high ground, but he's got a trap here, and Speed just gets crushed. Mortimer Kisses almost finished him off, but Yamstone on the backside actually doing a lot of damage here. The Deluge continuing to slow him. He's trying his best, chasing him through the trees here. He's going to get caught from the end snare, and now finally gets the kill. Took a while, but you get something. That's a lot of gold, actually. 560 gold for that Snapfire kill.
That's crazy. She was 6-1-7. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I didn't realize all the kills are on Snapfire and Yopaj. A couple around the other heroes, but all right. That's much better than I thought then, to get that Snapfire. And fortunately, Yamson gets it as well, which he desperately needs. He is falling very far behind the TA. Gyro, usually one of the fastest farming carries because of the flak cannon, but TA can pretty much match what he does. It's so much damage, man.
Yeah, this is... He doesn't even have Shard yet. This is the other thing. Like, the Slardar buys Shard immediately at 15, and that Crush will start doing 600 damage.
He's gonna do it again.
Yeah, Chain Stun's there onto the Brew. No ult for now. He's gonna pop that Oh, that was just a stick. They're chasing, dude. Where do you go? Crush will connect anyway. Big Num throws the Wheel of Wonder like maybe they can't get out of the base, but doesn't even seem like they want to leave. Slardar will just blink in a few moments.
Slardar certainly waiting in the base. I don't think he's leaving, dude. He's gonna see if someone comes out. He wants a kill.
Yeah.
Ah, Yopaj, come on. What are you? You don't want to throw the game? Come on.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, and 7,000 gold advantage now for Shopify. They are really playing clean. I want to point that out. Like, it's one of those things like, yeah, that first death in the mid lane was really unfortunate, but at the same time, like, they have capitalized on every opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
And their timings have been really slick as well. 14-minute Wisdom Shrine coming out. They make the immediate rotation over, looking for Fade here once again, who doesn't actually have the Primal Split, but they will respect this. They don't want to give anything up. And now Speed all alone here. They will get that kill. Maybe chase for more here with Yopaj looking to blink in a moment. RCY has Roar. Doesn't get a chance to use it.
Now, in the same way I was talking about Brewmaster, you know, unfortunately we're seeing the struggling side of that hero. The Shopify Rebellion draft, I was worried that it could easily go one way or the other. It could completely fall apart, not have enough initiation, everyone's doing the same thing to farm back up. But when it works, this is the game plan they had in mind. We're gonna win our lanes, we're gonna get a nice timing on Yopaj, Slardar, trust him to carry us, and he's just gonna go around, get kills, and all side lanes are gonna benefit from his negative armor. Oops, barely missed.
I don't think it matters. Here comes Lycan. Oh, never mind. He maybe missed micros there.
Song?
Gets roared. In some trouble, but Song and the Siren will bail out Pakaz for now. They're thinking about going back in. Instead, they find themselves the Brewmaster. Fade will get chased on down.
Evasion?
The evasion. It works. He misses 3 attacks in a row, and now Slardar stunned up. Gets pushed up to the high ground, actually, as they don't have vision.
He's
Fade.
out.
No.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wait, they did have a Warden Observer there. How come
No,
they
they
couldn't hit
placed it as he was as he was
leaving?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's an unfortunate void pull.
It's kind of a good idea because otherwise he gets out with Guardian Sprint. Like, it'll just run. But You know, I guess they just thought they would have the vision down faster. Oh no, Yamson being found in the back. Thought he had a little space with the Slardar leaving, but no, the other heroes are all pretty strong on their own right now, too.
Yeah. So they're going to pressure this tier 2. After this, I wouldn't be surprised if they back for Tormentor, because they have some really good shards this game. Snapfire getting that little Mortimer Kiss, always fantastic. Ooh, jump in, silence, and into a Meld Strike.
But the shard from
the
TA,
Templar Assassin.
yes.
Yeah, it's so good. It's a must buy early. It really is. Yamato now with a double kill. Why go Tormentor when you can take all tier 2 towers?
That's what I was asking. Do you even leave? Like, do you just go high ground?
They're
I think the
popping ult.
safe play is Tormentor Roche, but yeah, I mean, you have a deep ward down here. Scouts out Yamson. He just cannot get out of here.
He has their own ward down here as well to try and help, but yeah, not quite a safe spot.
At least they didn't notice he placed it, so it'll stay up for a little longer. Yeah, I think so. I mean, we're already at a 16k lead at 17. That's crazy. Tormentor into Roche should be pretty simple for Shopify. And
So much
at that
minus
point,
armor.
yeah, you're looking at a 20k lead. Are we close to like BKBs? I think so, like 1,000 gold for Slardar. I think that'll line up really nicely. If you go for Roche, do a little bit of farming, you'll have plenty of Aegis time and BKBs, Desolators.
Now you have the Naga Siren Shard with drums, so if your team even gets in danger, you have the song into that regen. Help keep your team going.
Yopaj getting to work on the Roche on his own. Okay, there we go. Yamato joining in. They got a lot of negative armor. It's that synergy we were talking about. It's 3 physical damage cores, and that can be all-in success, all-in failure. In this case, 18k lead, we can see where that's going. But in another world, you see, like, the evasion from Brewmaster would have been amazing versus all these cores.
Yeah.
The armor build-up, Pavis, Solar, I don't know, Vlad's, Ghost Scepters, whatever, right? It would have been perfect versus all the cores. So it could have easily been wild card with the crazy lead this game.
Yeah, I got a question for you. Earlier, you said the strategy can go one way or the other. Which is this game the one way or is this the other way?
I'm thinking it's the other way, but I'll see this high ground push, finalize my decision after that.
Maybe it is one way. Who knows? The Deso on the TA is going to help a lot. We were at the towers. You have this big old granite golem giving your team just that much more HP and stuff to play around. The drums going to help slow or speed up this tower. Okay, they get the summon. Fate, okay, goodbye, half your HP.
I don't think he was even... Was he corrosive? Oh, he is corrosive haste. Okay.
Yeah, he's corrosive. Yeah.
Phew. Makes sense.
So, Blink Crush, I feel like, is coming any second. There it is. Oh, nice save from the Ringmaster. They do... Oh, the side blades, the spill damage. Fate dies! Oh, my goodness. Yamato. I mean, the Brewmaster's got evasion, but not the Tusk. What a lineup. GG is out 19 minutes into this game. Shopify, I'll be honest, dude, I said earlier, they're looking good.
This was a very dominant showing. Full credit to them. They had a vision for their draft. A draft can have weaknesses as long as it has strengths, and we saw that here. They knew what they wanted to play for, and they got rewarded, right? I'm not going to say lucky, because they set up on that first blood. They were prepared for it. It probably went better than they expected, especially considering 4v5. But the thing about being a good team is that when you get a little bit lucky, you absolutely capitalize on it. And so going from those early kills into winning all the side lanes, Slardar gets a decent start, because actually Beastmaster was doing well in the last hits and denies, right? It was still a strong matchup. But they rotate heroes in, they get the power runes, they just start killing non-stop, diving, going, making full use of the Slardar. It was really well done.
Yeah, I mean, it all kind of started from the Naga Siren actually coming to the 4-minute water rune and taking the top water rune and denying the Beastmaster any regen. Slaughter gets bottom, and then that leads into first, like the solo kill, essentially. Like that kill wouldn't happen if the Beastmaster had the water rune and 2 more bottle charges. So it's like they didn't just put focus on the lane by, showing up when he's like level 5 and 6. It's like they were putting pressure on the lane earlier than that. And it just kind of shows Shopify's kind of, I guess, their ability to identify what the strongest play for them is going to be and where they need to like put their kind of their eggs in their basket, which is this, early game of the Slardar.
Yeah, which it's a hero we've seen do very well, like in this case, and then sometimes very poorly. So we're never quite sure what to expect when we see the mid Slardars, but full confidence in Yopaj from Shopify Rebellion going into that. They're like, you're gonna win that mid matchup. We're gonna play around you. It was exactly to plan.
Yeah, it really was. Good stuff there in the upper bracket finals. Kind of what I think a lot of people expect from Shopify is just to be very clean, very organized. So we'll see what happens as we're going to go to a break and we'll be back with game number 2 here. And we'll see if Wildcard can pull it back or if Shopify is going to steamroll their way into the grand finals. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you in just a bit.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the barn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stoup, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once
Welcome back, gamers! It is Dream League Season 26, the qualifiers here in North America, as we have Shopify and Wildcard going head-to-head in that upper bracket final. My name's Cryptic. Here with Quixotics. You guys should know that by now. We're the NA boys, just always having a good time here in these quals. Someone who's not having such a good time, though, Wildcard.
That was a rough one. I will say, even though that looked like a SmackDown, I think that was going to be a SmackDown one way or the other with those drafts. So in this time, it went to Shopify. I'm not going to count Wild Card out. I think if you ran that exact same draft back, you could get a very different game. But we're going to get a different draft, I'm sure. Like, they're going to adapt. But, I think Wild Card has a lot more to show than that game might suggest, is all I'm saying. So I'm very excited to see game 2 once we get into it. I wonder if they're going to err on the side of less volatile matchups, like we saw the TA versus Beastmaster that can go one way or the other, Gyro versus Lycan one way or the other. You know, I feel like if you're on the winning end, you're totally fine. You're like, yeah, run it back. I think if you're on the losing end of that SmackDown, you go, you know, maybe we pick more one-sided matchups as our counter picks. You know, things that aren't so skill-based, situational. Like just I always beat that hero, right? That I think that's a good way to recover in game 2, and then maybe game 3 you've regained the confidence. You know, go back to it.
Yeah. And as we jump into the draft here, one thing I'm not surprised, because I was actually going to mention it if they didn't, was to ban the Templar Assassin, which they do right away. So Nature's Prophet TA removed. That being said, it's removed on the Shopify side since it is going to be wildcard who have first pick. And TA stocks have been rising dramatically. One of the more contested and more successful heroes in this last week. Now, you're probably wondering where I get that stat since we can no longer really see it. I made it up. And you guys can't you can't tell me I'm wrong because you don't know either.
Dude, that just made me realize we can totally claim fake insider info. You're like, oh yeah, I was talking to you guys can't see, but I've been talking to people, you know, they're letting me in on their replays.
That's actually so funny. No one will ever know. I love these bands so far. PA as well as the Tank are going to be removed. We're going to see the Monkey King Darkseer. There's a lot. Magnus still in. Ancient Apparition still in. Terrorblade is still there. Do you really want to go?
I kind of am okay with the Beastmaster response to the TA. I think it's, well, like we covered in the last draft, you know, it can go either way. But I feel like you're going to need a stronger answer to TA. Like you said, it's been getting more popular. So they tried Beastmaster. They don't want to try it again right now in game 2. I think tomorrow, when we likely see these teams play again, they might attempt it again where you let the TA go through and you have a new idea counter response. And I'm curious to see what that's going to be. But for now, they're going to open with the Terrorblade. We've been seeing a lot of Terrorblade off lanes. But you can do Terrorblade carries because it has a winning matchup versus some of the other heroes like the Natures, which is actually banned in this game. So sometimes you see the carry Terrorblades, but if it ends up being the offlaner, it's been pretty successful. And it would it's a bit of a steal pick as well because I feel like it's something Pakaz is pretty good at as a former carry player. I think he is still growing the hero pool. So when you can get these kind of comfort picks that were carry, such as the Lycan in the last game, it goes pretty well.
Okay, we're gonna see the Tiny. Pretty straightforward pick. Great for Yopaj, great for Tomato, great, you know, general opener in response to the Terrorblade because this hero can get popped, and we don't really see it flex too often to the off lane and find success. So to me, this just is probably safe lane Terrorblade, but we'll see. You know.
You disagreeing with me, Ricky?
Maybe Fate's cooking. Maybe Fate's cooking. I'm not necessarily disagreeing. It's just like I don't think we've seen Terrorblade go off lane, right? How many times has it actually won though, you know?
You know I have no memory, but I'm pretty sure I've seen it win. I think like some Coddle pairings have worked.
Okay, that's true actually. The Coddle one was sick.
Earlier this DreamLeague close qualifier, it did lose, but I think there were other reasons it lost that game.
It didn't go pipe.
Yeah, I think the pipe Terrorblade can be good so long as the draft makes sense. And I mean, Wildcard's going to have done their draft prep. So let's see. I imagine some strong supports coming out for them so you can keep the Terrorblade flex. You can pick a strong mid laner, maybe another flex, and that kind of gives you something going into that last pick where you're just keeping them on their toes onto the final pick. Who could that be? Magnus still in the pool. Dragon Knight in the pool if you want one of those. Yeah, Jakiro is good versus Terrorblade. It's a lot of early magic damage. Mess with the illusions. Hit them all with the attack slow. Can't dispel all of them. So It works out pretty well. Good ban. Same with the Ringmaster, the Tame the Beast. Hit every single illusion, even if you buy BKB, but all the illusions are being feared, or you get the shard burned away. Your DPS goes down a lot as Terrorblade.
They're taking so much time on bans. Am I wrong? I feel like this is much longer on the bans than we've typically seen. Go for the Night Stalker, and they will grab themselves the Warlock. I like this.
Pretty good at dealing with the illusions as well. A lot of AoE abilities, and Shadow Word. It's easy to forget, but Shadow Word does work in an AoE now for both healing and damage, which when you Fatal Bond various heroes and then you jump in with the AoE Shadow Word, it can be a lot, especially to illusions. You clear them out so that you have a better fight. I mean, it's not going to be Warlock going in, but you're using Shadow Word on Tiny. You're like, okay, get in there, buddy. Go do some damage for me.
Curious where they want to go for this, because Warlock is not like a super abusable lane hero, right? Like, he's just so stable that you can't really dive him. He shoves his lane, though, thanks to the way Fatal Bonds works, but this is I honestly, this is a hero I do not understand in terms of how to deal with it from the lane stage. And so
Warlock?
they're going to... Yeah, like, so they're going to pick up a Bounty Hunter here. Probably your fourth position.
How you deal with it? You pick bounty and you don't deal with it. You go play other lanes, because
that's what I was wondering.
Warlock, he does just win the war of attrition, and unless you can 100-0 fight, you just avoid. Which Terrorblade offlane doesn't really do it, so they're just gonna creep drag on bounty, and Warlock is terrible at dealing with it because you're so slow. You want to just play a normal lane, so I really like the Bounty Hunter as a way of sidestepping it. We're going to see a lot of picks. We were using all the reserve time for the bans. The picks go fast. Crystal Maiden, I think, just a strong support and opens up the Terrorblade. We see it really comes down to the player, which facet they like. If you don't do the facet that uses health for the illusions, then someone like Crystal Maiden is very helpful to make sure you can continue to use mana. And then it actually works well with Storm, which is also a bit of a deny pick since he's one of the best heroes to combo with the Keeper of the Light and is a Yopaj classic.
It's also just a decently good Storm game against Warlock and Caudle, right? Like, this is a hero that can very easily find them in the fights. They're going to have to ban out the hard counters to him in the mid lane, so there's going to be the puck ban. Tiny is manageable for Storm Spirit because Electric Slide evened out that matchup a lot more, whereas, sometimes you have to walk into the wave to Remnant, and then you'd get like Avalanche tossed from the Tiny and take a ton of harassment. So I think if they want to put Storm mid into the Tiny, they're perfectly okay with doing that. The question is what Shopify want to do. If they want to run the carry Tiny, if they want to run mid mag, if they want to run off lane mag, they want to run mid Tiny. Like, there's so much flexibility between their drafts right now that you kind of have to pick for your hero matchups at this point. Yeah, so they're going to protect the Storm, ban out the Ember, and the Puck. Dawnbreaker offlane. Interesting.
So offlane Dawnbreaker with the bounty. So maybe you are going to go for the 100-0. I was saying, maybe Terrorblade's not the best for that, but Dawnbreaker could potentially do it. It's dangerous, though. If you commit and you don't get the kill, and then he starts waddling away while healing, and then he can turn around and potentially upheaval, you're not getting that to like at least level 4, but if he does, I mean, then you've gone in too far and you're in some danger. But as long as you're careful with how you engage, you can still do the creep dragging if the lane's not going well. The Morphling carry. So this is offlane Magnus mid Tiny.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, okay. All right, very hard to kill Morphling with Dawnbreaker because he can almost always just waveform out of that combo. You'd have to chain it off of the invis stun from Bounty, but that is it's not really the most reliable setup. So Yamato should have a very good start.
On top of it, it's a generally good matchup against the Terrorblade.
Yeah,
you can take the meta for yourself. Your reflection typically just gets manted off. Or you can waveform away from it. So there's a lot that you can play around. I think for Shopify, generally, I'm most excited to see the map movements that Hellscream can do as he's messing around with his facets right now. But
he will definitely end on recall.
Yeah, there's no way you don't ever take recall right now. It is absurdly strong. So the recall Coddle, I think if they can make some plays early with this Tiny, like to some of these side lanes, like you have like a pretty killable safe lane on Wildcard. Just thanks to the magic damage and burst from the Tiny, right? Both CM and Terrorblade not great against that.
Yeah, I like the Keeper. So one, it's a good combo. I talked about how Storm got stolen, and I think there is a world where Shopify ends with Storm and just as a carry Tiny. But if you have to do Tiny mid, that's, I'd say, the third best pairing with the Keeper. Just because Tiny does have mana issues, but once you have a blink, you can get active so long as you have the mana. So you'll see him kind of just farm on his own, go do some stacks that Coddle makes for him, and once he has that blink, they'll start moving around the map, constant chakra magics, recalls to just keep going, and make space for the Morphling, and maybe even the Magnus to farm, though I think Magnus getting involved would also be good. For Wildcard, eyes on this Bounty and this Storm. I think those two heroes have to do well, and you have to be finding track kills, and you zip onto them, and then the Dawnbreaker comes in. You gotta be on time with that. Otherwise, you're gonna fall behind to the pace of the Tiny and the Coddle.
Yeah, I agree. I think Bounty Hunter has a lot of potential here. It just keeps coming down to the Dawnbreaker you mentioned, and you're right about, is the fact that this is an all-in hero. When you play her in the lane, you're not a hero that like does small trades. You're like committing Celestial Hammer into your Starbreaker to try and burst the hero 100 to 0. And they don't actually have a stun between the Warlock and the Morphling, so Morphling would have to waveform to dodge it. But if the Warlock is ever too far forward, you could do it. You could burst the Warlock, I think, with the Bounty and the Dawnbreaker. So I can understand it for that reason. The alternative is, like you said, Bounty's just lane dragging here, and you're just sitting back at your tower on the Dawnbreaker, spamming, Celestial Hammer from afar for CS, which doesn't sound great,
Yeah, I think bottom is a test of lane management for both teams. Yeah. Like whoever manages the creep wave better, and you step up a little too far, or you're just far enough back, that determines if you live or die or win that lane.
Smoked up here on both teams. Who's gonna walk into who? Oh, nothing yet. They just sentry blocked the hard camp.
Game 1, we had a double kill for Shopify, so both teams gonna be on their toes.
I'm carrying both sentries right now, so see if you can find a ward. Both of them plays pretty close to each other in the mid lane. Now, here's where Bounty kind of thrives, giving this Vision that little bit of extra stun. Magnus might have to go Skewer here if he wants to live. No, okay. They're not going to be able to stay on top of him. Hellscream, though, in very far. The Blinding Light will push them back, but the slow's constantly coming through, and they're just going to try and, well, I would say trying to get the kill to RCY, but Yamsun will take it for himself instead. And that is a, well, complete 180 from what we saw last game.
Yeah, a bit greedy to go in for that, I think. Maybe at his eyes on what was happening to Pakaz. No, unfortunately, didn't get the rune either. So, yeah, didn't win on any front there. The rest of his team managed to pick up 2 runes, so it's still an even rune split, but now the first blood going over to Yamsun. And this top lane, I think you can get the farm you need on Magnus Coddle, but you got to be careful of dying, which if you pop meta and then Frostbite, a lot of damage is coming out. So that's going to be just a little bit more powerful now too, although the courier died. Did it deliver its items? I actually missed that.
It looks like it because he started with a stick. So I think he has the extra regen there.
I can't do this kind of math.
I don't know.
Is this 600 gold? I think you're right. I think it delivered the items. How's our other lanes going? Mid, bit even right now. Like you said, static slide helped a lot in that matchup. Whereas the bottom, yeah, Skem started with the 2 sentries. You got to do this versus the bounty. You got to know if he's in the lane. You got to be ready to block camps, unblock camps. We were mentioning it's a lane equilibrium battle. I see Fade behind the tower with some creeps. So far, everyone's doing okay. Morphling maybe a little bit more okay.
Oh, good pull there from Speed to deny Hellscream this one. Now, he's not quite level 2, so once the Crystal Maiden has that, the pressure definitely starts to add, but they're doing a great job at shutting down this bounty as well. He is not having a great time, but kind of doing his job, like you said, in terms of trying to manipulate the creep waves.
Speed opting for the second point in Arcane Aura. If you want to go aggressive, you go Frostbite. But if you're doing a more passive farming lane, you go QE and just keep using Q. So looks like their plan is just get the farm we can up here. It's also going to help his other lane. Storm with just a little bit more mana regen. That bottom lane, Bounty should be able to use Shadow Walk pretty much freely with just that extra regen. So, you know, maybe opting a passive, but helpful to the team start.
All right, so this is Lotus time. Now, we know that typically Bounty is the king of these because you can just sit in here, invis, Skem.
This is peak gameplay.
This is the last man standing. Two may enter, one may leave. All right, it looks like
the sentry.
Yeah,
and he's happy with that.
Yeah, I think getting the sentry makes it all right.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You're never killing these heroes, right? So that Lotus in the grand scheme of things doesn't really change things much for them. Maybe it helps out the bounty, but you're not here to kill these heroes.
Top side, I think Keeper got it. It's actually pretty tough to contest Keeper because he can just blinding light you out of the pit. It's pretty funny. It's like a little extra mini game he has where he can let you channel and then knock you out at the last second.
Yeah. Overall, much more stable lanes this time around, it seems.
Yeah, very different from last game where things were getting completely out of control already at this point. I think level 6s in the mids and then the power runes will be the real catalyst for when things start getting faster in this game.
Topside, Frostbite with the meta. You talked about this specifically. It's a lot of damage. Blood Grenade, Reflection to continue the chase. And they will, I think, one more Frostbite. Yeah, there they go. Takes down Pakaz. Kill goes the way of Yamsun, and Hellscream really can just watch from the sidelines here.
Good punish. You know Hellscream's trying to creep drag, which means he can't help the Magnus at all. Speed really making him work for this. He wants to force the creeps under the tower, but he's got to be careful. If he stays too long, it's a dangerous place to be as a Crystal Maiden.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh, Yamsun's courier. There is so much on that as well. Huge
like
find for Pakaz.
Yeah, half the Falcon Blade almost. So Pakaz here, he does have the skewer. The Crystal Maiden needs to try and find a way to get to him, but she did pop onto a ward there for a moment, so he kind of knows how to, like, what direction he's able to play.
Yeah, and he's moving away from the rune, which is where Speed wants to be at 6 minutes.
Yeah.
So Speed's going to give up the chase, going to stay for the rune. Might be dangerous, though, because 2 heroes up here. It's a haste.
Quick deny.
Okay, good call. Just immediate deny and run. Should let them know there's a ward here, though. If they actually already have the sentry down, they just don't see up that high ground yet. That's actually funny. They're scared of the missing storm.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Joke's on them. He's in the fountain right now.
I'm AFK mauling out here. We do have the level 6s. No power runes to force anything, but Storm with the zip could be the first to make a play, especially with the bounty. That bounty even gets the ward, so if Storm does go top, might be unspotted. Oh, actually, there's a second one up here, really making sure they don't get...
A lot of river wards. There's 3 wards committed to the river. So, 7 minutes. We're going to see these Wisdom Shrines become a target. Yamsun's just going to run by the Magnus. Big Num here as well. They've got to prevent them from actually making it inside. They don't! Oh, no. Big Num just needed to stun the Tiny, and as a result, the Shrine goes to Yopaj. You're going to lose speed. And on the other side, Yamato versus Fade. One may enter.
Yamato wins this with Big Num here. He's going to be forced to run.
Okay. Actually, might be able to finish the job. Nice pushback. Okay, that was close.
So scary. I think Yamato's fine, but he's going to have to just keep running the whole time.
Yeah, he has another wave form, and he has a raindrop protecting him, so he should be okay. Yeah.
All right. Wow. Okay, one for one, but I think that could have been a successful deal. Like you were saying, if Big Num plays to lose his life, but just prevent any rotations from getting in, I think the rest of his team gets out with the Shrine, and I think that's worth it.
Yeah, that was definitely a little bit of a... maybe like a misplay, because it really could have been just he walks up and stuns the Tiny, right? And they get the Shrine. But... I don't know. Maybe he couldn't see him for some reason. I don't know. Like, I don't want to overanalyze it, but...
Well, they had a lane ward. I don't know. I think they saw.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very unfortunate play there. Getting that Wisdom Shrine would help a lot, because Bounty, we already talked about, needs to have a really good game. Getting closer to level 6 would have been the dream.
The 8-minute power rune was a shield rune, denied out by Gem. Well, actually, he picked it up, but no one cares about a warlock with a shield rune, so it might as well have been denied. So these mids, they really want to get these runes and do something with it, but instead it's just a quiet farming game, which I think actually favors Shopify, because Tiny has a harder time making plays even with power runes. I'd say Haste and Invis are maybe the best to catch people off guard. And if it just ends up a quiet farming time to blink, while the Storm does not successfully zip on people with Arcane, Amplify, Haste over, right? Like, so many runes work to make ganks happen for the Storm. I think this is actually good for Yopaj, who is already 1,400 gold on the way to the blink. He's skipping Soul Ring, something we don't always see, but he gets to do it with a Caudal on his team. Are they gonna... Yeah. Oh, he was a little short of mana for the toss. I think maybe they could do that.
They're going to try again. He has another Avalanche. Dawnbreaker coming in to put a stop to this. Vortex pulls him back in, but Yopaj is too far committed. Now looking for the Keeper of the Light with a very nice kill here for Yamsun.
Ooh, that's kind of close.
That Illuminate almost caught the Storm, but this should be a lot of damage into this mid tower.
Unless they all just walk away.
They're really not going to commit on mid with the meta, huh?
I'm pretty surprised by that, because I thought that was a really fast rotation mid by all of Wildcard, which I loved. I thought that was like a bait by Storm, and then you commit meta, Caudal kill, cool. I don't know why they didn't go for at least some mid tower damage. I know Caudal killed a lot of the wave with the Illuminate, but I feel like you can tank it with illusions and at least chip it down like half of it.
You could have gotten like at least a third of the health with just the like Terrorblade illusions. But yeah, not wanting to commit. We're gonna see fighting happening in both the lanes right now. Is Scam gonna go down? Avalanche toss from Yopaj. We'll be able to dodge out some of that damage though. And with Bounty hitting level 6, this is when things might start accelerating here for Wildcard.
I was going to say, I guess that's the read from Wildcard. Sure, you could push a faster tempo, but if you split up, you get more farm. So they must be envisioning a later timing. I like taking that mid tower, though, because it makes it easier for Bounty and Storm to maneuver around the map and find pickoffs. So we'll see if it pays off. I mean, you know, more farm on the Terrorblade and the Dawnbreaker for the play they opted for. See if that matters in the upcoming fights.
You're just losing your tower mid, though. This catapult is still alive. It will finally die here. They don't want to tank this tower too much longer. Okay, that's one way to save it.
I love it. I love it. They're trying to keep it alive.
Tosses it back.
You got to tank a couple hits.
It.
Tank a couple hits. Yeah, Warlock, heal me. This is amazing. I love that play so much.
Yeah, if no real way to kill it, so they're instead going to get aggressive. RCY is going to go in. Another jump from the Dawnbreaker, and Yopaj falling very low. Fatal Bonds is out. Low mana here on the Storm, but Yamsun, again, coming mid. So 5 heroes from Wildcard to put a stop to this. Will they push the mid tower? It doesn't look like it. They've split up again. Dawnbreaker's already bottom.
The regen. You only need the Terrorblade. Meta up in 1.
Nah, he's going back top.
They're really not doing this, huh?
Storm's actually TPing. They want the Magnus. Well, this is worth it if they get him.
Yeah, track kill is pretty good.
That is super worth. The track kill plus using that regen rune efficiently, and now they look for the top tower with the meta.
Okay.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bait the enemies to go defend mid, get the Magnus, get the top tower. A wild card, I see you. Now, actually, the bottom safe lane tower is ideal for them because of the Tormentor spawn being down there.
Yeah.
But they didn't have to use meta, so they could twin gate and go attempt the bottom. But they will find Shopify waiting for them. They actually scan it so they know they're down here. And it's Shopify that clears up this tower first, which sets them up for the Wisdom Shrine into Tormentor combo. I think they're waiting for ultimates on Wildcard, but then you have to go down. Yeah. Bounty?
They see him. Yep, Dust comes out. Avalanche into the tossback, sends it to Tomato. He needs to get at least something off, but can't. Waveforms right through him. So, yeah, nice use of the sentry there, not breaking the enemy sentry, you know, not quite revealing exactly who's there and why, you know, what they're doing.
He will be up in time for that bottom shrine and Tormentor. Shopify. I'm trying to get them to come mid, though, instead. Come mid, then we go for the shrine, potentially.
Dawnbreaker's got ult. Are they going to go for it again? Frostbite. Into the Metamorphosis. Yamato actually gets out for now. The toss. A lot of damage there from Yopaj. He gets it in this rune.
Ooh, what a twist.
And now Yopaj has Blink. He's just going to go in aggressive and look for someone. Akaz has Blink. Gewers back the Terrorblade, and goodbye, Yamsun. That is the big pickoff, and now you have your own Terrorblade in the form of Morphling. They're just going to keep going. Level 6 now on the Coddle. Tiny's got tons of cooldown reduction and mana to play around. Going to continue to find these pickoffs. Avalanche toss, blown RCY's health bar up.
I think if you commit the Dawnbreaker ult right away, you might get that Morphling, though maybe it worked out in their favor because it would have opened up an amazing RP from Magnus, who in the end, you know, just gets one hero.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Shrines get split. Who's going to go for Tormentor first?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I think, oh, good read from Yopaj. I don't even think they had a ward. He just guessed that he's up here. But with this, Bignum on the run. Avalanche in 1. And one more toss from the Yopaj. That'll do it. Maybe he revealed on lane for a second. I'm not sure. But really good read there from the Tiny. As they'll clean up the top tower. And now they can go through the Twin Gate and look for Tormentor, right?
Yeah, I think Hellscream should actually head first so we could recall people in.
We're going to see a big fight here in a moment. Yeah, Coddle's going to pop the ult, look to bring someone through. Avalanche toss once again. Now, Dawnbreaker is here. A big ult, though, coming through in a Sunder on top of it. Yopaj falling low. RCY will finish the job, but running a little low on resources here. Can he get away from this Morphling? For now, looks like he can, but Fade maybe not so lucky. Skewer into the RP. They got him.
Too bad for Shopify. They get 2 kills, lose the Tiny, also lose the tower. I think if they go faster, they can get both the top tower and defend this bottom successfully. And it's got to start with Hellscream going first because he can recall people in. But in the end, it's not too bad anyways. And they do get the Tormentor, which is good for both supports. It's going to go to Skem. I'd say it's actually a little better on Hellscream, but
yeah,
Tormentor going your way, you'll never complain about that.
Yeah, it's not bad for either of these heroes. It gives you a lot more sustain in fights, regardless of which one you get, so pretty solid. Is this a much closer game? Wildcard at one point I think was up like 3,000 to 4,000. Now we're 2K here for Shopify.
This'll come in handy.
As Pakaz getting scouted out here. See if they can do something with this. Morphling is running at this Terrorblade.
Yeah, he was in his own meta form, so just chasing the Terrorblade down like that. Giving him the Terrorblade treatment.
Tiny finds Crystal Maiden. Does have the Avalanche still, and now RCY coming in. Hold up. Yopaj in some trouble. Hellscream gets delivered right to the front steps of Wildcard. 2 dead. You trade for the CM with Yamato sniping the backside, but now he needs to be careful. Great waveform dodge there, down to the low ground. Get himself out of danger. There's an amplify damage about to be bottled on the Storm, though. And maybe you just grab... I mean, you could just go Roche, but it looks like they're going to take mid-tower here, potentially. Big up. Scout Scam. And with the double damage, or the amplify damage of RCY, he actually doesn't finish the job, and hold up. RCY has to bail out of here.
Skem has 3 casual blood grenades in his inventory, and that actually made the difference there. Kept him alive, had the Shadow Word going. So, min-max those slots, guys. It matters in key moments like that. Still, you get the mid-tower, and you do get to see the Bounty Storm combo. You want Bounty to go find the targets, and you need someone who can join him. That's the Storm with the long-range zips, and even the Dawnbreaker ult, although she didn't have it quite available for that play. She actually went Aghanims, which we didn't talk about quite yet, but that's going to allow her to... Oh, wait, they just changed it, didn't they?
Yeah, her
okay.
exit...
Bounty
she drops down like really fast, then just carries the aura with her. It's still actually a pretty good Ags, because it also means she can do more damage by like using their other spells. But yeah, it's not as much of a like get out of jail free, like uncounterable type of Aghanim Scepter as it used to be.
It still lets her land faster, which is the important part of comboing with a bounty. I just wanted to, I had to go double check that, because you used to be able to like instantly land, and that was better, but it still brings it down to 1 second, which is quite fast.
Yeah. So we're gonna see the 20-minute power rune here in just a second. Both teams in a good spot to try and find this. It's going to spawn top. Now, this does give you vision. In comes the Dawnbreaker innate and Hellscream. Oh, potentially baited him out. The Avalanche toss there. Now here comes the Dawnbreaker. It just slams down immediately, staying on top of the Tiny. Big RP, though, from Pakaz. He finds 3. Fade on the run, but cannot escape. Yamato with this in power is just too strong. God, what a fight. What a turnaround, too. That was so sick.
Yeah, they wanted to try their luck on the Coddle. The Dawnbreaker innate gave them vision. They saw the rest of the team on the way as well, so they wanted to just do it quick and get out. I feel like they got baited as the Tiny catches Bounty, like, oh, maybe we can do this, bring the Dawnbreaker in, but I think you should just give the Bounty there and get out. And, I mean, in hindsight, yes, clearly. But because of that slip-up, it is going to lead to a winning fight to Shopify, now getting the Roche on. First Roche going to... just give it to Morphling, right? Yep.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he's going to be your building hitter, right? So let him have it. He's not worried about getting bursted now, as I think I don't know exactly what I just saw him finish up on Courier, but something big is coming out for this Morphling.
I think he's working on the butterfly. I don't think he's got the money yet, but maybe a component is on the way.
Super big item. Actually, teleport scroll on the courier. Huge.
Actually, one of the biggest items in Dota.
True.
Cannot be understated.
League wishes.
Imagine having to walk.
So
Terrorblade gonna get to work on a Scotty. Although Morphling has the, like, you just copy meta and it's really good, being a natural Scotty builder is really nice for Terrorblade. Can you get the Tiny this time?
They're kind of calling his bluff. He was like, I've got backup, but no, he didn't. That was a great call from Wildcard. They're like, guys, he doesn't have anybody here, does he? And just goes for it.
Maybe if your keeper had the Shard instead of Warlock, you could have more people come in, because you can recall yourself to the Warlock and also call in the Magnus or the Morphling at the same time.
Yeah.
But you don't have that, so you're right. They just call the bluff. I don't know if it was scouted out by Bounty or they felt it in their souls, but great call. Get a Tiny kill. Delay that BKB, waste some Aegis time. Though I don't think Shopify is trying to do too much with this Aegis. I think you're just getting it because you can get it and allow the Morphling to farm more securely. I don't think you have to push for objectives. I mean, this is a Morphling with 2 items, you know? He's working on the butterfly, but it's like halfway there. So you'll chip a little bit, but I don't think you have too much urgency to get everything done right now.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still trying to play around this Bounty Hunter bottom side. Does scout Yopaj, but do they have the follow-up damage? Great avalanche comes through. RCY has a shield rune. Will just go up onto the high ground, sees the Warlock TP, backs away. Also sees Pakaz here now.
I think they just want to force rotations, but I think they're going to at least get speed for this.
Yeah, there's no ways out of that one. And now with Hellscream coming in as well, you definitely need to be careful.
Try to get Morphling, who's been left alone, but yeah, you don't really have the tools without the Storm Zip. And even then, I think you actually need Terrorblade in meta there to kill him in time before your short amount of stuns end. So needs a big rotation to kill this Morphling.
Oh my
nice,
goodness.
nice
Yamsun denies the AD rune. That's nice.
That's usually really hard to do because to pick up a rune is instant. You just have to click it. Whereas to deny it needs an attack animation, but Tiny just being a little bit off of the rune spawn and the Terrorblade illusion having such a fast attack speed, that's a nice play.
Ooh, they see the Morphling Manta, but I think he was actually just right under a sentry as well, so not too worried. Still has the Aegis anyway. So as we start to push further and further into this game, which lineup do you tend to prefer? Because this Aegis has bought a lot of time for Shopify, but there is still a Terrorblade.
That's true. I would typically favor a Magnus lineup going late just because RP is very powerful and pierces BKB. I think it will be down to who takes the best fight. Like in a direct 5-on-5, I'm gonna favor Shopify. But you have Bounty, you have the Storm and the Dawnbreaker, so you have the tools to scout out what Shopify is doing and look for smaller pickoffs and play the map and try to force Shopify apart, which currently Shopify going to use the rest of this Aegis time to poke the high ground. I thought they weren't in too much urgency, but this final moments where the butterfly is done, they've got the team smoked up behind, all the ults available. They're getting some serious damage in here. You got to respond to this.
You also just have this like toss back from Tiny. You have the Magnus skewer back. They are going to rotate in from the bottom here and look for an opening. I mean, that's a good angle here from Wildcard. We'll see if they can actually find anybody with it. Sentry gets dropped behind. They know exactly where they are now. Jumps in, RCY pops the BKB. Gonna look here for Hellscream as Fade able to get on top of him. Golem out from Skem, but you're high ground. You've lost a range barracks. And now Skem in some trouble. Yopaj has his BKB trying to stand his ground, but this Terrorblade is doing too dang much. Gets the Sunder off as well. And with this, Yopaj doing his best to hobble away, but RCY's got the chase, gets the kill. Fade stuck here in the center of this enemy team. Skewer back though. Pakaz will drop the RP. Does he have the extra damage to finish the job? It's gonna be close. Fade here with the Starbreaker does manage to get it the kill. Now Pakaz tries to skewer up onto the high ground, going for a TP. RCY doesn't have mana. He gets it with a Soul Ring. Okay.
That's gonna be a sick play. Good wraparound from Wildcard, but I actually think Shopify should have been able to take that. I don't know if the Blink was on cooldown, but I think if Pakaz just RPs the Terrorblade when he's low, he prevents the Sunder, and you win that fight. But maybe the Blink was on cooldown. I didn't click on him in time to see. If it was, then I guess there wasn't much you could do, and just great on Wildcard for taking that angle, finding the backline. Coddle may not seem like he contributes the most in a fight, but he just allows your teammates to contribute more because you keep reducing their cooldowns. So by taking him out, you're actually reducing the impact of Tiny and Morphling. So he's a great target to find first. Didn't cost them like anything, and then you just take the rest of the fight 5v4.
Coddle did buy his shard, so he now is able to move his team around the map very quickly. They will grab Tormentor here once again. It goes to Pakaz. So he's pretty happy about that. A little bit more skewer distance. Always good. As he's closing on his Ags as well. Just about 400 gold away, so that's not too far. As the Morphling gets himself the Terrorblade Morph. Oh, they're going to jump in. They get their hands right on this Warlock. A great find. Now, Morphling able to dodge out of this. That's the gem. They just bought this and give it up immediately. The team nowhere nearby to help this.
That's a little bit of a misplay. Yeah, sometimes you can give the gem to a support, but you got to be very careful with where they're positioned. And in a close game like this, especially with the Storm Spirit, I think you have to be more of a group. Yeah, I mean, I guess they were 3, but that was like Morphling and both supports. So if the supports are threatened, Morphling's just like, yeah, see you guys. I'm not interested, you know? You got to get the other cores involved, not the Morphling. So a bit of a positioning mistake, and it's very painful to lose the gem. Not only is the map harder to deward on its current iteration, but the bounty, right? Just scouting you out, finding the right targets, it just became so much harder to deal with that.
And the gem is on Storm. Well, like, that's one of the best gem carriers in Dota. He can always find the supports now. So we'll see what they end up doing with this. Your high ground under siege again as the Avalanche toss deletes the Crystal Maiden. Now Fade comes in, lots of damage with the heals. Doing some work here from the Coddle. He's going to jump into the backside. RCY looking to take him out of the game, but the Golem gets dropped. RCY is getting low. The BKB protects him from now. RP available for Pakaz. Smoked up on the backside. He's waiting for his opportunity. As Yamato will finish off this ranged barracks mid, will turn his attention towards top. I mean, he's got the Demon Zeal. This guy is attacking so fast. There it is. Pakaz just kidnaps Fade, brings him right into the hands of this Morphling. And now, Magnus, RP, the toss in from Yopaj. Can they burst him down? They can. 75 seconds. The team coordination from Shopify does not stop. One after the other, they get the big kills. They're gonna buy back on the bounty, but the Morphling with no fortification in his way will make quick work of these tier 4s. How long can they keep this up? Oh, Pakaz actually skewers him in aggressively. Dawnbreaker's buyback is there. They will get the Magnus for this, but you're thrown. It's falling. Can they protect Yamato to finish the game? They've got so much healing, and Yopaj with another Avatos just deleting Wildcard in this game. Falls apart in a flash. 2-0 for Shopify, and they will move on to the grand finals.
It's very swift and sudden end. I did not expect that. We were ramping up for a very long, drawn-out game, I thought, especially with the gem being stolen. And Shopify decided, I don't want to play against this bounty without a gem. Just go straight down, guys. Just force him in there. We'll just play around one single sentry, and they got to stop us. And at that final moment, they just got catch after catch after catch. Tiny and Magnus did some serious work there, just delivering all the kills to the Morphling. Really well done, and a very swift ending to game number 2.
It really just feels like Shopify identified their power spike better than we could even see with, like, you know, the God vision of the game. Like, they get this Aghanim Scepter on Magnus. They finish up the Revenant's Brooch on your Morphling, and they're like, guys, like, what are they going to do if our Morphling just sits on their high ground? Like, how are they going to kill him, right?
Should we just win, guys?
Yeah, like, they tried so hard to jump the Keeper of the Light on the back line, and they just commit Warlock Golem to buy him a little bit of space. He's able to zoom away, heal himself up with his Illuminates, absorbing damage with Glimmer Cape, and he also has a Holy Locket. So the healing is so amplified on this guy, especially with the Shard. And as soon as he survives that fight and RCY commits BKB, it's so hard, because then it's just tossbacks, skewerbacks, and like, how does Wildcard respond to it?
Yeah. The final team fight execution, very well done from Shopify. To critique a pretty dominant performance, I will say I don't think their Coddle gameplay was as fast. And I don't mean just like the player itself. I mean, as a team, we have seen others push a much faster, fluid tempo with the recalls around the map. And I think that's something that they could maybe look at to speed up their game and do even better. But otherwise, a very strong performance. I think we at least did get to see Wildcard can beat Shopify. They didn't in this series, but game 1 just looked so rough, right? This game 2 showed, you know, smoother start. They had opportunities. I think they slipped up on some, though, that ultimately cost them. And it snowballs. Like the very beginning Shrine fight at 7 minutes, where they could have had that. They could have had the track sooner. They could be the higher leveled team with the supports, start snowballing faster. On their side, the gameplay around Bounty, they weren't that successful in some of the finds to get the track cold going. I thought they did a great rotation mid, and then they didn't take the tower. You know, I thought that was really weird. So I feel like there's a couple things that they can improve on to do really well. And that's the difference, right? To beat Shopify, you can't just, okay, we, did well here. We're like, we got to push it to the limits if we want to beat Shopify. And then later on, if you make it to DreamLeague, the other international teams.
Yeah. I do want to give a shout out to RCY, though, on his Storm Spirit, because he did look really good this game. Despite the fact they walk away with a loss, he ended 8-1-7. Like, that's a pretty dang good Storm performance. He's also, like, nearly top damage. It's just the Morphling. And him and Yopaj are basically neck and neck. So, all things considered, like, the talent, the ability is there. I think Shopify, maybe just a slightly better draft and better execution of their power spikes, and that's what separates the tier 1 teams, really. Like, it's just little things here and there, and with it, Shopify get themselves to 2-0. They will move on to the grand finals, which is big for them, but Wildcard will still have another chance to meet them there, right? They're gonna have to beat the likes of either the 5-bug Pigpole or Gladiator in the lower bracket tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. But that's going to do it for us here today on the DreamLeague Season 26 North American Qualifiers, the mainstream for this. There is still the other series, I think, going on right now. So if you guys want to head on over there and check it out, I'm sure they'd appreciate it. But I want to say thank you all so much for tuning in. We hope you all have a wonderful night, and we will see you all tomorrow for the conclusion of the North American Qualifiers. We'll see you then.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that taught my heart to fear, sure toils and sneers.